Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, speak, and how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome back. It's been just a couple of minutes. Seems a couple hours, I guess. Seems like we were just here, ladies and gentlemen, just here. So apparently, Glenn needs a few minutes. He's I don't know. He said they had to push back by an hour. I didn't see that until I was literally sitting in my chair. So, we're just gonna have to, roll with it the way it is. Let me get to my channel here and see what is up. Man, what a day. What a day. I'm probably gonna spend the next hour making fun of Imperius. But maybe not. I don't know. He has now officially become my bitch, whether he realizes it or not. Just to let you know. The reason for that is it should be apparent to everyone, but not everybody is super smart. So let me explain this to you. Earlier today, Imperious came in and he was bullshitting about how he was going to get my channel taken down for what did he say? Slander. He said slander. Okay. Well, here's a problem with that. Hope he's watching right now. Here's the problem with that. First, to prove slander, I'd have to know who the fuck he is. I don't. He's not an entity. He can prove no harm. He can show no devalue. He can show nothing except his feelings were hurt. It's a sad story. It's a sad story, Imperious. You're gonna get my channel taken down because your feelings are hurt. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. His feelings. Whatever. Supposedly this dude's a lawyer, but I've become less and less convinced of that. Simply because any idiot lawyer, even the lowest form of ambulance chaser, understands libel and slander and what you can and cannot do in the name of libel and slander. YouTube gives zero fucks about libel and or slander. Zero fucks. None at all. They don't care. You could tell, I could literally sit up here and say that whatever the fuck I want, and it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't violate TOS, YouTube could give a shit less. And again, even if he wanted to press against YouTube, he'd have to prove damages. He'd have to prove who the fuck he is. He's never even cammed up. His biggest bitch is that I believe that he was partially or fully responsible for the demonetization of CT's channel. Now, in reality, it was CT's own actions that led him down the path, being super controversial and letting people say really stupid shit that led to him getting demonetized. He knows that. I know that. We all know that. He's live right now. You can go ask him. But here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. Imperious broke TOS on purpose. He would literally say, I give a fuck about TOS. How do you think it's going to play with YouTube, Imperious? You dumb fuck. When you go to them and say, yeah, I said I didn't give a shit about TOS and I was going to purposefully get these guys' channels in trouble, but now I want to, now they've said some mean things about me and I want to do something about it. But again, nobody knows who Imperious is. I can't do harm to Imperious because who the fuck is he? Other than a bug beneath my shoe. So fuck off, Imperious. Fuck off. Enjoy your entire train of dicks as you get fucked right off. With that, warmth filled the room. What's up, Music Firefly? What's up, Peace Dynamo? How are you, Uncle Guns and Agrillipus? Good to see you back. To everyone that's back, to everyone that is expecting Glenn Lawrence and I to be launching into a really cool diatribe, it will happen. It's just not going to happen right now. Glenn needs an hour. He said he had to push back. He's got a lot going on. He's a busy man. That's okay. We understand that. We're not, nobody cares. I see Kitty was first in the chat, along with chairman of the board, who says, okay, see y'all in a month. I don't know that he'll actually be able to stay away for a month, and I need him Friday night to be a moderator. He is actually, for all of the ribbing back and forth that Anson and I do, he is one of the fairest people that I've met on the internet, and so there's some value in that. He's a good dude. Ghost 1978 has wandered back in. Good to see you. Good to see you. but yeah, so I find it very interesting. I went over to CT's, by the way. And, the interesting thing is that you should never lie, because there are people like me that will just find out whether the fuck you're lying or not. I will literally go ask people, like, hey, you want to see these receipts? Yes, the fuck I do. So-and-so said this. I'm going to go ask so-and-so what the fuck they said. And then I'm going to ask their 4 friends, were you standing there when you said it? And we'll get an answer. So the very funny thing is I went over and I asked CT. And CT doesn't seem to be Imperious's friend at the moment. So it's going to be very interesting. Agrillipus, I understand that you're visiting family. I know that you traveled yesterday. It is good to see you in the chat. You've been doing really well. I mean, you've only been a mod for like 15 hours, 16 hours, but you've been doing great. Nobody's going to be unhappy that you're spending time with your family for sure. And that is Glenn Lawrence right there. Give me 1 second, folks. All right, folks. That was the great Glenn Lawrence. He needs a few minutes. He just left a meeting. He's got to get home. And he's going to, as soon as he gets home, he'll fire up the time machine and we will make some shit happen. Glad everybody is back. Glad to see everyone, the people in the chat so far. We've got to really pump these numbers up. So go out, tell all your buddies and all of their friends and tell them to come on in and have a good time. What we're going to be discussing, ladies and gentlemen, is the doomers. Specifically, we're going to be examining some of the things that Pearl Davis has said, because in a lot of spheres, she's kind of the head doomer, right? She's the one going around telling men that there's no benefit to marriage. She's the one going around, basically saying that, the only real reason to get married is true love, and who can find that? What's wrong? What's going on with that? It's a really interesting outlook that Pearl has, especially since she's currently dating someone. Very interesting. And I think that this is one of those examples of high on your own supply, ODing on your own, on your own rhetoric. I really don't I hate to think that Pearl actually believes this stuff, but maybe she does. And we're going to look at the doomer phenomenon tonight. We're going to talk about, we're going to dig down. We got some clips. We're going to dig down deep into this entire outlook of where, men saying that they're not even trying to date, which, hey man, Thank you very. If I was a young man, I'd be like, thank you very much, sir. That's more pussy for me. You know, if you're not even going to try, right? Like that's literally like saying that, you know, you're going to the casino and you're just going to throw your money on the table and walk out because, you know, you're going to fucking lose anyway. That's dumb as fuck. So we're really going to dive down deep down into the abyss of the doomer phenomenon. Doomer pill, doomer gate, doomer what the fuck ever. I don't know. But we're going to talk about it because it's very interesting. We have Angry Casper. He's probably out there right now. I've said his name, so he'll pop up any moment now. We have Angry Casper out there who's telling you know that nobody can get laid anymore, right? But then the other day, I'm like, and I did not know this, by the way. I had always given Casper the benefit of the doubt. I assumed that he was disfigured at birth, or maybe had a club foot, or you know some bullshit that made him so self-conscious that he didn't even interact with women, right? Like that he just didn't even try. I'd always given him that. But what we come to find out is I honestly think Casper's been married. I think Casper's been married, and now he's divorced, and now he's all mad about it. And he, you know, and apparently he doesn't even want to try to get laid anymore. But what I pointed out the other day is that hey, dumbass, you succeeded once, you can succeed again, you dumb fuck. You're literally saying that nobody can get laid, but you did. What the fuck? And now you're saying that you can't get laid. Well, obviously, if you think you're that fucking bad, that just means that all the rest of us have that much greater a chance. Go you. You know? What's up, you tell me? How are you? How are you? Hey, dumbass, that's me. I'm the dumbass. Modern young men wouldn't survive in the early 2000s. When I hear men sounding terrified of talking to women, I can't relate. I really can't either, Wally. I really can't. And the thing is that like, what is going to happen if you go over to a woman and she shoots you down, right? Like seriously, what's the worst thing that can happen? She can call you an asshole. I am an asshole. You got me right. You understand me. Hey, come on. Now we got a rapport going now. I'm an asshole. You're a cute chick. Let's roll. Right? Like, what the fuck? This is, right. Wally, bro, you and I, same page. Doomer is cope maximus. It's copious maximus. Maximum cope. So much cope. It's never been done before. This is so much cope. You just can't even believe it is still cope. Could it be a cover for them having ED? Maybe. I'm not to judge. I don't want to be the judge and jury on that one, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. My son's like, my son is going through an interesting thing. Let me throw this out there, okay? My son, I showed a picture of him earlier. Dude is a strapping young man. When he was little, all the girls loved this dude. Like I'm telling you, all the girls wanted to play with him on the playground, right? And right up until about second or third grade. Then he kind of started understanding girls. And he started pulling back. And now he's a typical dude where he really only talks to his boys, right? And he doesn't hung jury. That's funny. That's good. He made it funny. You tell me made it funny. Look at this. It's not a hung jury, right? Okay, all right. I got you, bro. I got you. Anyway, so my own son is, and I'm like, dude, go talk to girls. Go ask them to a dance. Nobody else is going to. So seriously, all you guys are awkward fucking teenagers. Just go be the least awkward teenager, right? Just go be the least awkward guy. You don't even have to be the best. You just have to be the least awkward. It's a low bar. Oh, man. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think he's going to have some game. I see it coming. He's going to have some game. Wicked Wally was the awkward fat kid in high school. I had to make the rounds to get chicks dancing with me or nothing was going to happen. Turns out I got all the chicks. Nobody wanted to try approaching. I've heard that many times. It probably worked for me a few times because I'll fucking talk to anybody if I feel like talking, which honestly not necessarily always the case. I don't always. I'm not always very social, but when I choose to be social, I was very. I mean, I guess the thing is, and Wally, tell me, because you know we're in a different generation. I'm that Gen X guy. I was in the '80s, but I wasn't into hair bands. I didn't have long. I've never had long hair. I didn't smoke. I wasn't getting my ears pierced. None of that bullshit. I was the square motherfucker you ever saw in your life. Especially when I went to military school. I was, I come back in that uniform though, and the panties dropped. I'm just going to tell you right now. Come back in my military school uniform, that rigid spine, very polite. The panties loosened, they dropped. But even after that, I found that I could just talk to women. It's not that big a deal. The worst thing that they're going to do is tell me to go the fuck away. And I'm like, well, and when that does happen, I'm like, yeah, good. Because nobody actually wants to talk to your dumb ass anyway. So anyway, I don't know, man. This doomer pill thing, I have a hard time. I hope that we can figure it out. My son kills me. He slays me. It's funny that he hit me up right as we're talking about this. But here's the thing, though. Let me and we're going to talk about this more during the actual show. But one of the key points is the infantilization of our youth, male and female. Literally, it is insane to me how massive the helicopter parent problem is and the ramifications of it. Because when you think about it, what you think about is, helicopter parent, that's just at home or whatever. But they'll literally they like undermine all the confidence. They undermine a child's development into letting him go out and fall and bust his ass and then get back up and no, nobody's laughing at me. Nobody gave a shit anyway. We're going to talk about the infantilization of our society and those effects. Let's see. Tell him you were a major and your last name is Stiffy. Major Stiffy. Please report to the ready room. Major Stiffy, please report to the ready room. Major Stiffy. That's pretty good. I like that. That's pretty funny. This is what happens when people don't show up on time, right? Like, I just get the fuck off. I don't give a shit. Where is that? He's banned. He can't come on now. But, look, I guess I needed a better class of hater, and I might get them. 85% plus or minus of the manure sphere, that's pretty, you guys see what you did there. Manure sphere is doomer. The majority of channels are specifically designed to keep you trapped there. I don't disagree. Negative mantra mindsets and behavior reinforcing echo chambers. So here's the thing. This is science. This man is smart. Uncle Guns, he's on the train. So here's the thing. This is actually true. If the reason that I have such a problem with red pill, blue pill, all of this bullshit, and I just I want to help everybody, and I want to be open and candid and honest, and I don't have a program. I'm not selling anything. My entire fucking life, I have watched people promise to help people, and for the low cost of whatever the fuck a month. The problem is that much like modern medicine, if it actually happened, the money train runs out. So there's no interest for these people to actually help you to get, and there's absolutely no proof that any of them have a fucking clue anyway. Half of the guys, that talk such a big game. Let's just take, I don't know, Wes Watson. Let's talk about Wes Watson for a minute. Wes Watson comes out. He's in prison. When I was in prison, you just didn't talk about people like that, man. This is you wouldn't get away with this if you were in prison. Well, that's because I ain't going to fucking prison. What? I got you. All right. Glenn's laughing. He's laughing his ball sack off right now. He's gonna show up, and his ball sack's gonna be trailing behind him by like a fucking yard because he's laughing so damn much. And then his phone's gonna hang up like 10,000 times. But hey, it's all good in the hood, bro. There you go. All right. Sweet. We got the man himself, Glenn Lawrence, going to drop up. But yeah, there's no real advantage for people to actually solve someone's problem, right? Wes Watson, I was a perfect fucking example. Wes Watson comes out and he tells all these men all of these things about how to be successful, but the way he was successful was conning a bunch of motherfuckers. Why would you believe somebody like that? Because he's riding around in a Rolls Royce that your dollars paid for? Not me personally, not you personally, but people who bought his course who didn't have the money to spend anyway paid for that shit. Fuck that guy. Why would you do that? That is dumb. Don't do that. Read a book. They're cheap. Get a little, people about how, shit actually works in the world. But don't be doing the dumb shit, man. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? How the hell are you, sir?
I'm good. How you doing, Grid?
I'm having fun while you're not here. That's what I'm doing.
I know. I was
about to pull a sword out and start doing some fucking Errol Flynn. But I don't know.
I was like, I can't have Grid have all the fun.
I'm having some fun. I am having some fun. I ain't gonna lie. I'm having some fun. I am having some fun. Well, the thing is, though, and we'll get into this more once you're all set up. But I just can't. I've watched a bunch of those clips. I didn't have time to watch them all. I picked a couple out that you sent me. But
good.
But it's all the same thing over and over. There's none of this change. Like there's nothing there's no cure offered, right? Like this is just simply identifying a problem that in theory there's no solution for, and we should all just say fuck it and move, do some dumb shit. I can't get into that. And there's a bunch of reasons, and we can, obviously we can get into that when you're not in I don't want to cause an accident. You've already been beat up enough. So
man, fuck these people. I hate half of them.
Fuckboy. I retired my title as King Fuckboy back in 2005, sir. But you're welcome to pick up the mantle and be Fuckboy numero uno, the man himself. Yeah, King Fuckboy.
But Grid still goes to the annual Fuckboy conventions, and
as a guest speaker.
Alumni.
I do.
As a guest speaker, as an alumni.
I do. That's true. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I do get invited to all the meetings. I'm still on the mailing list, and as a Fuckboy alumni,
he still attends all the award shows.
I get invited to all the award shows. I got my tables right down front. You probably can't see me because you got fuckers are all the way in the back in the cheap seats. But that's fine. When you get to my level, they'll give you a table too.
It's like he goes to it's like the NFL Hall of Fame. He got some gold coat. He got the ring.
That's funny. That's fucking funny. Oh man, what's up? What's up, Flow State? I've not seen Flow State in my channel in like 3 months. I don't know what cross I bore to have him come on, but yeah. You donate during the annual Fuckboy Pancake Dinner fundraiser too. I mean, I support many causes.
He sponsors a whole table. What are you talking about?
I as a reformed fuckboy, I feel a need to contribute. You know, this is funny. This is good.
He's paving the way. Grid paved the way for the fuckboys of today.
That was a pathfinder. All right.
I mean, you know,
you got the calendar. You tell me he's been pretty funny. We're gonna have to change his name to Major Stiffy. Can you guys hear my dog whining because they locked her out of the house and she wants me to go let her in?
No.
Fucking whining.
All right, so let's talk about
I gotta go let the dog in the house because she's just gonna die.
Who let the dog out?
Yeah, that's right. Who let the dogs out? But worse, who's not letting them back in? All right, I'll be right back.
Probably the same person. Wait a minute, now it's just me. All right, cool. What's going on, everybody? Traffic. Looking for my chapstick. To kill half of these people out here. I wish they were protesting. That way I could just run them over. I'm not in Florida, but I still think that we should adopt that Florida law. But so what was Grid talking about before I came on? Maybe I could hop on or continue where he left off. It is a great law. Just bloop, bloop, run them over. Speed bumps. You know, when I was in the military, that's what they call this. Like when we were marching and we had to send people to go stop traffic. They were like, speed bumps, out. And we were running out. Oh, Red Pill Solutions.
Cool.
Red Pills, so let me say this. Like the Red Pill gets a lot of flack for the doom and gloom, blah, blah, blah. I'm with that. Where they don't get credit or acknowledgement, and they should, is sparking the conversation and discussing about the innate natures of men and women and how men and women tend to cohabitate or how they get together with intersexual relationships. Like, so with the dynamics between men and women, Red Pill kind of exposed the lie of the narrative of women are like this and men are like this. And if you just do this, if you're just a good guy and you work hard and you bring home the bacon, you'll have a lovely wife that will want to marry you.
Your mic is peaking. Are you like yelling at your mic, or is your mic somewhere weird?
Talking.
Oh, it's like peeking out. It's really funny. Also, don't get assaulted by immigrants. Don't do that.
No, I run them over.
There you go. That's good.
So it's like, they expose the Disney-esque one-itis narrative that we all grew up under as a fallacy. And what guys are having a hard time with when it comes to accepting the Red Pill is that, women are not precious little angels that could do no wrong, and no, they realize that women could behave just as bad as men do, that women can cheat, and if she cheats, it's not necessarily because you did something wrong. It could be just because she had more desire for that guy than she does for you. Like, just like guys cheat, guys cheat for all kinds of reasons, not necessarily because their wife is not fucking them or their wife is fat. Like, humans are messy creatures, and the Red Pill should get the due credit they deserve for exposing this, the fallacy that, the one-itis narrative that we have so widely accepted for many years. And that's where they should get their kudos. Where they fucking drop the ball is the now what? Now that we understand this information.
Hold on, Glenn. Hang on. Look, guys, I know Glenn has an audio problem. There's nothing I can do to fix it. There's something going on with his.
You want me to hop off and hop back on? Maybe that would, if that
Yeah,
would.
maybe that'll help out. I don't know. Just pop out and pop back in. Yeah, I know there's an audio problem, guys. But anyway, we'll get him back here in a second. Right? That's what I thought too. All right. Infantilization. I'm not an infantilizable woman. What the fuck? I'll throw that up there and just say, all right, here we go. The powdered dust flow state is there. What's up, dude?
All right, is it better now?
That is massively better. By the way, I got $2 in from the powdered dusty. You know how hard it is to get a dono from Flo. He wants to say, he says, what the fuck is intersexual or infantilization, Glenn?
Intersexual dynamics.
Yeah,
intra and inter. Inter is between, like, men and men, how they communicate and relate with each other, and intra is how the opposite genders communicate with each other.
It's interesting because well, I don't know. It's actually not that interesting. So look, we all understand, or most of us should. If you're in this space, you should by now understand a lot of the rhetoric around the red pill and the doomer movement and all of that. We're going to get into all of that as soon as Glenn's back in his studio. Bro, he sent me $1. That is cold blood. I do appreciate it though. $1 is $1. That's $1 US, baby.
What are you talking about? Dusty is, the flow is very generous.
Yeah. Okay.
Flo
all
sent
right.
me numerous super chats.
I think that's my first 2 from Flo ever.
Yeah, no, Flo has sent me numerous super chats. He proved that the other night that atheists are more generous than Christians.
It's starting to do it again. It was fine, and then it starts getting this like a bass. Like every time you stop talking, it has like a bass thump.
All about the bass. About the bass.
I know, right? I knew you were. $2 comes in from the Raging Patriot, 1776. Intellectual definition, what we call flow state. That's funny. I mean, okay. All right. I like funny. We're going to have some fun with this tonight, guys. We're going to have some fun.
The biggest thing, I hate the fact that, you tell somebody that, oh, this is the problem. Here's the problem that you're facing. And then they go, well, how do I fix it? You go, I don't know. You figure it out.
Music Firefly. I think you're right. Glenn will pee himself when he watches it back, laughing about how bad his audio is. He's gonna be so funny. But anyway,
I would be so mad.
You're not gonna be mad. Flo saves money by paying midget hookers half price. I didn't think that's how it worked, but I'm not a connoisseur.
I think that should how it worked. Why pay the whole price for a prostitute when you got a midget?
Dusty sent 10 gifted memberships to the show, and Kinetic Kel got one. That's awesome. Worst Viking ever received one. That's pretty cool. That's a win. That's a W. Flo putting W's up today. That's what's up. That's pretty cool.
So, when it comes, what my thing is okay, if this space is saying that feminism is the problem, female promiscuity is the problem, then what's the solution? Oh, you can't push back feminism. Yeah, nope, can't get rid of feminine. It's just a mess. Nope.
Well, I don't know, man. So I this is where I'm at, right? Because and maybe because I travel in different places and I see a few different things. This is my perspective, right? The entire world now understands how bad feminism is, and whether or not
I don't think so.
Whether or not some people will admit it is irrelevant. But a lot of men know, like there's you. If you look at the clips from whatever and Andrew Wilson and some of these other creators, I'm drawing a blank about anybody but those two, but and you look at the numbers of Taylor the Fiend, right? Like all of these people who are going out there and saying, look, women behave badly, right? And men behave badly, and worse, men allow women to behave badly. So we need to fix it.
Men encourage the bad behavior of women.
Some men encourage it.
Well,
if all men encourage it, there wouldn't be a problem. If all men encourage it, there wouldn't be a problem, right? So there, my observation is there's a small number of very vocal men who simp the fuck out and who support bad behavior, and those
I don't know how small that number is. If you see, like, you got all these OnlyFans creators, right, making money off, that's not a small amount of men that are paying them.
This is a feminist safe space, Casper. Why do you feel safe here? I feel like you're a feminist. I actually Casper, I got to tell you, man, first of all, you're not an incel, you're a volcel. You voluntarily removed yourself from competition. No shame in the game, bro. No shame in that game. Just admit it. But now, here's the thing, buddy. This is important. I know you're not going to listen. This is important. If you're going to if you're going to say that there are no good women out there left, then stop fucking talking about it, because if there are no good women left, there's nothing you can do. Shut the fuck up. Go live in the woods. Kill a bear. Because otherwise, either be part of the problem or be part of the solution, or get the fuck out of the way. And your best option, Casper, is just get the fuck out of the way. You add nothing to the conversation. Not one thing. Not one. I can't believe Glenn even has you on anymore. You just don't add anything to the conversation.
Well, he has a lot of great insight.
No, he gets viewers because he spurgs out. That's why people will bring him up. I don't give a shit. He adds nothing to he adds nothing to the conversation. I've not once ever said, "Wow, Casper, that was really fucking insightful." I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a no bullshit mood today. Like I've already had it out with Imperious. We've already had a couple of different people try and give me shit today, and no, you're getting fucked up. Oh, Imperious.
Who else gave you shit today? Besides
Imperious, I forget who. There was somebody else who was kind of giving me a little shit, and I told him to go fuck off. Oh, Jess White. Jess White was brought up earlier, and I told I'm sure that she'll watch the footage. Her and Are We Not Men can just go fuck right the fuck off. Furby, I told the Furby to go fuck off. So I'm just, there's zero. Not only are there zero fucks given,
you ran out of fucks to give. You ran out of fucks.
Not only are there not only are there zero fucks to give, I am not sugarcoating shit. Okay, Casper, people like you on their panel because you're fucking drama queen, and people like to watch you spurg the fuck out. I don't care. I would rather have a great conversation than listen to you rant about bullshit. Okay, and so just fuck right off on out of here. Right? I don't need you. I don't want you on my show. Get the fuck out.
See, this is my approach to it. Like, I understand what Casper's complaining about. He's like, well, women only want this type of guys. These, okay,
bullshit.
Then either
bullshit. Bullshit.
Hold on, just let me.
If that was the case, I wouldn't be married.
For the sake of argument, let me just say I grant that and be like, okay, fine, sure. So what? shaming them, guilting them into not wanting that is going to be the next best thing. Because complain that with all these lonely men, ladies, like these poor lonely guys, you know, you should like them. You know, it's the same thing like a fat bitch trying to tell me to fuck her, and I'm like, no, I don't fuck fat bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to guilt me into fucking you. You know, how about you improve yourself and then get fit?
I don't want to hear it anymore, right? Like, this is.
But that's the point. Like, it's the approach is different, not to shame them.
It's probably your fault because you made me listen to Pearl whine for 4 fucking hours.
My fault. This is my fault.
you sent me all that bullshit to listen to, and it's just this whining over and over and over again about shit that's not reality. People get married every fucking day. Nashville's the bridesmaid capital of the fucking world. They're literally, you get any hour of the day, you want a bridesmaid? Bro.
Well, that's where you want it. That's where you go fuck the bridesmaids.
Bridesmaids make great wives.
Bridesmaids make great one-night stands.
That turn into wives. If you want to, no pressure. No performance pressure. By the way, I have to give a massive shout out to the powdered Dusty. Thank you so much. That continuous sound that you keep hearing is the sound of memberships rolling through, as Dusty has gifted, as near as I can count, 20 memberships to the channel. You rock, sir. You rock. I take back all the mean things I was going to say about you later. I promise. You're all right. Yeah.
No, the thing that I don't understand is, okay, there's always a solution. To every problem, there's a solution.
Right. And I love talking about solutions. I love talking about moving forward. I don't need to identify the problem. We understand the problem. I don't need to talk about red pill bullshit. I don't need to talk about black pill. I mean, we're going to talk about black pill bullshit, but in a different way. I don't need angry Casper coming in here saying for the 800th fucking time the same shit that he says on everybody else's show. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to hear it.
The solution is that there's work that needs to be done on both sides. And
sure.
Do you want this outcome? Do you want the outcome that, you know, but do you want the wife and kids? Do you want the relationship? Okay, then do the work.
That's a very interesting comment, because a lot of men get married because they want pussy, not family. You should never get married because you want pussy. When I was going through my degenerate phase, I was honest enough with myself.
Pussy is so low in value these days. I mean,
right,
you could buy one, get 3 free.
Exactly. When I was going through my degenerate phase, I understood. I was very honest with myself and said, look, I don't want a wife. I don't want someone to come home to. I enjoy being alone most of the time, but I also like to get laid. So you have to find that happy medium and be honest about it and just be like, look, I'm not going to get married just to have pussy. If pussy wants to walk away, let it walk away. Don't go, oh no, please stay. Here's a ring. Yeah, fuck that. Don't do that. That's dumb. Just don't fucking do that.
It's the bar is so low these days to get pussy. It's like you can't help but step in it.
Well, I mean, I joke with Beaten Cheeks all the time that he just like trips and falls into more pussy than most people see in a day.
Yeah, I mean, like to find a woman that will sleep with you is not very difficult.
I love the honesty. Ghost 1978 is honest. I wanted a cook. Bingo. Just be honest, man. Just be honest.
I agree with you. You wanted a housemaid.
You know?
That wears a hot, sexy outfit. I get it.
Yeah.
You know? But the problem with guys is that since the threshold is so low, they don't see the point to improve. Now, a quality woman, you know, the value, right, is probably going to demand a lot more than the girls that you're able to fall into.
Yeah, I don't honestly, I think that the idea of even thinking about women like that is just so foreign to me. I can't get there. Give me 1 second. $2 comes in from the Raging Patriot 1776. Thank you, Powder Dusty Nuts, for the membership. I have no knowledge of Flow State's nuts. I have no knowledge. I'm just reading. I'm reading the thing.
How do we know that Flo doesn't put lotion on his nuts? They might not be dusty and ashy.
He strikes me as a guy that manicures his nuts. I'm just saying.
I mean, he probably
curates his nuts.
I mean, as every guy should, proper care of your nuts. You got to respect those nuts.
That's right.
The
only set you got.
Seriously.
They've not mastered the testicle transplant yet, so you gotta be careful. Anyway,
weird.
I mean, I think, I mean, if we really want to dive into it, and I'm kind of saving up so that we can do this during the actual show.
I'm like 5 minutes away, so
yeah, it's cool, man. But I think one of the biggest things, I just think that, first of all, I don't think men are honest with themselves. I think men lie to themselves so much that they cling to things like red pill descriptors and prescriptors. They cling to PUA guys telling them that, well, this will work, this will get you laid. And they cling to that bullshit. And instead of just going out and living their fucking life, and I thought about this as I was watching all that doomer stuff, and I was listening to the same tired ass rhetoric over and over again. And, I've just endured a ton of red pill kind of rhetoric a lot lately. And it is, for me, it is enduring, because half the time I just want to tell those guys just to shut the fuck up, because women are not the problem. They are a part of the problem. You, sir, are part of the problem as well. So just fucking fix it and stop whining like women. Let women whine like women. You be a stoic man. But this is again, I ran out of fucks to give today. I'm sorry to the chat. I apologize. It's going to be a spicy show. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Just calm down. It's going to be okay. Women are, chairman of the board. Anson Knowles comes back with women are the solution to my body pillow problem. The problem is Anson keeps poking holes in his body pillow and all the stuffing runs out. So he needed something with pre-made holes.
What did he, how did those holes get there, Anson? Like, did you cut them in there or poke with something over a long period of time?
I got two here. First is Cleaner 409 says, I'm not going to get
$20 super chat. You're welcome, Raging bone emoji. And yes, my front yard is well groomed.
You heard it here, folks. His front yard well groomed. Yikes. All right, so Cleaner 409 says, I'm not going to get married again. The reason to improve is to be better, not to get a woman that's easy. Ding, ding, fucking ding. I improve myself and the world I am in, so I am better and my world is better for my family. I like it. It pretty much encompasses my worldview as well. And we're 5 minutes away, folks, from having the real Glenn Lawrence in the house.
Greg, let me ask you this about the marriage problem. Okay?
Yeah.
Here's my thought.
Mm-hmm.
All right, people are saying like, well, the marriage rate is down. That may be true, but family creation may not be down. There's a lot of people that are opting, both men and women are opting out of marriage that are still creating relationships.
Right, but okay, now, so this is hold on. Let me not just. I get that.
Let me just land the plane. Let me just land the plane real quick.
All right.
So, hypothetically speaking, we could be having more family creation, relationships being established, without the state involvement, and people are just doing away with the marriage certificate, but they could be very well, moving in together, starting a family. That's not being accounted for. We have no metric for that.
I mean, okay, sure, I can allow that, but here's the thing. The reality is that most people, the vast majority of people, the 1.5 million people that are going to graduate from high schools all over the country this year, don't give two fucks about red. They don't even know what red pill is. They don't know any of this. They've not decided to not get married. They're not decided to get married outside of the state or in the state or any of that. This is that like I had to think about this a lot because I actually tried to explain some of this to my quote unquote normie friends, and they're like, yeah, you're so far out of the fucking gate, man. I don't know what you're talking about. So here's the thing. I don't believe that. I honestly don't believe that a lot of people actually make a choice where they sit down and go, yeah, I'm just not going to get married. I don't believe that. What I actually believe is I think that women believe that they can get married anytime they want to, and so they just keep putting it off. And men believe that marriage is kind of a trap, and they're kind of it's kind of something that if they take it seriously, they take it very seriously, and they want to be in a solid relationship. They got like they probably have a spreadsheet of shit that has to happen, right? And the other dudes are out there just like banging anything that'll move, but they lack responsibility. It doesn't have anything to do with some conscious choice of some enlightenment of women are going to fuck me over. They're irresponsible fucks. They're baby daddies. They ain't husband material. Men aren't raising husband material anymore. Men, grown ass men are not, I'm going to say it out loud. Grown ass men are not raising husband material at all. At fucking all. You're
right. That could be very true, but you also got to factor in where does that come from? What are all the factors that
it comes from men who get married?
What? No. What? All the factors.
I'll answer.
All the factors that contribute.
I'll answer.
All the factors.
I don't know what all the factors are. I don't think anybody does. But I can answer the young men that I see that I can look at and tell you they're going to be irresponsible fucks. And now I'm talking about men from homes, right? Not the single parent, bullshit. I'm talking about young men with homes that I can look at them. I can smell the defeat on them right now today. And here's the number one kind of thing that I notice is that the father is whooped. Well, he's gone. I win. Rage quit. If you rage quit, you lose. All right. This is also true. Guys, it will be spicy tonight. I have had a fucking day. So, you guys get ready. So, Naomi, I forgot to compliment you on being a great human being and polishing Mikey's leg. Yeah, third leg, right? So, yeah, Naomi is. I am the currency. Pretty true. Pretty true. I don't know, man. Ghost 1978. Here's my big problem. My daughter is being taught everything you need to do as a wife, but at the same time, the feminine men probably won't be able to take care of her. I'm going to reread that, Glenn. I don't know if you heard it. Ghost 1978 says, here's my big problem. My daughter is being taught everything she needs to do as a wife, but at the same time, the feminine men probably won't be able to take care of her. And this is what I'm noticing in my community. And I travel a lot and I look, I pay attention to things. A lot. We are infantilizing our young men and treating them like women to the point that even if they want to be even if they want to be responsible human beings, responsible adults, they're not capable of it because mommy and daddy have always solved the problem. And when they get married, they think that wifey is going to solve the problem, but wifey expects the husband to solve the problem. And what you end up with is a bunch of arguing back and forth because nobody knows how to solve the fucking problem because they've never been taught how to solve the problem.
Well, yes, I agree. I'll agree with you. Yes, that we are definitely raising our boys to be defective girls. All right.
Yes.
That's absolutely true. And we're also raising our daughters to be defective men. You know, so it's on both sides there. But I didn't hear your part where you said what was the contributing factors. And I get you can't say you know all the factors.
I don't know all the factors. I don't think any of us do. Right.
Yeah. What would you say the majority of the problem?
I'm going to say that again. I want to draw a line here in that places that are like places like most of non-rural California, New York, some of Florida. You know, these places where people are, where liberalism corrupts everything. I'm cutting them out. I'm only talking about what we might consider is normal America, right? Can we, I want to agree about that first because we can always point to, San Francisco allowing the drag shows in kindergarten.
Yeah, you could. Okay, even if you cut out this is the problem. Even if you cut out liberalism and liberals, liberal state or liberal, you're still going to have the same issues. You still have.
We don't have the same, but no, we don't. See, this is a problem. I don't think we do have the same issues. But we do have similar issues, but they're not the same issues. So here's what I see. Here's what I see.
Are you saying like in the Bible Belt area? Because that's pretty much what you're talking about. Like,
sure.
You're saying only in the Bible Belt area there's little to no divorces.
No, I didn't say that. I said the reasons are different. I said we can't. The mass amount of liberalism taints the sample size because of those leftist hobbles. Okay, and I want to take those out. I want to talk about what we consider normal America, right?
But would normal America have like a divorce rate that's different? And who's filing?
The divorce rate is different in California than anywhere else in the world.
What are you talking about? Like the divorce rate? I'm talking about who's still filing for the divorce.
Yeah. The divorce rate in California is higher than anywhere else in the world. Is that not true?
I'm not talking about the rate at a rate. I'm talking about who's still filing for the divorce.
But why are they filing in California? Let's settle this, right?
That's what I'm trying.
Why are they filing in California? Why do they file in California for divorce?
For irreconcilable difference? I don't know. Like I don't know why people are.
All the reasons why. Amber Heard shit on Johnny Depp's bed. So that's a sample size of one, but it's just it's a symptom of a greater problem, right? Like you got fucking weird ass people there that don't necessarily show up throughout the rest of the world. That's what I'm just trying to exclude those areas. If you let me go forward, I can maybe help out here. But what I see as far as men, as a young men that are growing up right now, I actually see a lot of masculinity in a lot of young men in my area. When I travel, I see less of that, but I'm not looking in the right place. I'm not, obviously I'm not everywhere all at once, but the young men that I see that I can tell you right now today are they're either going to get walked all over by their wives, or they're going to claim, or they're not going to even be able to attract someone because they're so pussified, come from the households where the wife has assumed the command role and bullies the husband, harasses him, nags him, and he just kind of, the guy just kind of rolls over and takes it because he's just happy to be married. And the guy probably feels a sense of obligation to keep the family together when more than likely what he should have done is never gotten with that woman at all. But out of a sense of obligation, he stays with her. The the trade-off, which, you know, obviously now you've got a nuclear family, but what you end up with is young men. For example, this I'm thinking of one specific guy, but he's just such a shining example. Can't ignore it. This dude is as feminine as you can get. He's still a dude, still does dude stuff, but super feminine. The guy's sister is a raging psychopathic diva bitch. And she has been for like years. And it's all due to this dynamic of that woman having assumed that command position. Now, can we fix that? I think we can. If you looked at that, that's a nuclear family, right? Everybody's together. Husband's providing, wife stays home. Everything on the surface, it looks great. But the reality is that this man is, and he's a liberal. He is like one of the few liberals I know personally. I don't think that's necessarily the defining point. But literally, Glenn, he has ceded his role to his wife, if he ever even had it, right? He's doing the right thing by staying married.
That's the problem across the board. Is men have, you know, forfeited their authority and pedestalized their wife. That's been the problem across the board. That's every state, California, all the states.
Right, but in California, you're saying that the women divorce their men, and so why bother?
I'm saying
right?
the divorce. I'm saying that if you can't exclude this a certain state, be like, well, this is different. No, when you still have women initiating divorce, women are still the ones initiating the divorce.
But they're not going to get divorced. This couple will never get divorced.
That couple, but there's other couples.
But in normal America, that nuclear family will stay together. That dude will take it till the day he fucking dies.
Not all cases. Great. That's not all cases. Maybe you may see.
I think that's the majority of cases. I think that's the majority of cases, and I think that's the real problem.
Then I think what you should do, probably to get a better understanding, is figure out how many women are figure out how many women are initiating divorce, or how many women are filing for divorce.
We already understand that. We already have the statistics on that.
No, how many are doing it in your state? If you want to,
we already have the statistics on that. I've done shows on it, but this is a different.
What is the statistic?
This is a different problem, right? On the surface, that everything is right, but you're still getting the same result as if you had the woman file for divorce and leave and take the dude's shit. Matter of fact, it's in some ways it's probably worse than if that happened, because in some ways. And that dude that you say, well, broken home, women filing for divorce, this is the problem. But the real problem is not that. The real problem is the men who have been emasculated, who have or probably never were never very masculine to begin with, and they're still getting married. They're still getting married. And they're doing the right thing. They're staying married. But the product of that union, the kid that comes out of that has an exceedingly high chance of literally being like Angry Casper and thinking that they can never get married.
I just got home, so I'm gonna hang up.
Yeah. Jump on, man.
Hop on the computer. All right.
Yeah. This is fun, guys. This is fun. I'm having a great time now. So I think we focus too much on divorce. I think we focus too much on single families. I think we focused way too much on a bunch of this bullshit. And we're not actually focusing on the actual fucking problem, and that is we are infantilizing our young men. Those men become grown-ass men, and those grown-ass men can't open a fucking pickle jar. It's a shot. Anyway, but in truth, these grown-ass men are weak as fuck, and they can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been able to read the chat. I do apologize. I'm not going to stick. Look, there's no rhetoric here. There's no rhetoric to stick to. There's no that look. I'm not talking. I don't have any talking points. We're just going with it. Mainly because I'm really sick of talking points. I'm sick of the same regurgitated rhetoric, and I think that we need to pivot a little bit and look at things from a different point of view, because what we're doing right now is not actually working. Catherine MC says, you agree with Glenn and then they overcompensate by attacking women as a whole? Which part do you agree with Glenn about? If this is true, though, Catherine, why is it that women committing crimes against women and women at violent crimes and women committing violent crimes against men is on the rise, whereas the number of violent crimes, men versus women, has dropped? Kind of stayed the same, too. $49.99 comes in from the Briar Wolf. Thank you, sir.
The Briar Wolf donated $49.99. Super chat. Very glad to see you and Glenn standing up against the doomers. I have all girls and I worry about their future.
Catherine MC, I'm the one that was talking about men being infantilized. Glenn is not talking about men being infantilized. Glenn is talking about women being the problem because they divorce men. I don't give a shit about that. Again, thank you very much for the dono, Briar Wolf. That was awesome. Really appreciate it. Maybe trans, I don't think trans are yet because they just haven't been, the data we have is kind of that in that sweet spot between before that movement became prevalent, but could be. But yeah, I'm the one that was talking about men being infantilized. So it's all good, Catherine. It's all good. So to anyone new here, or anyone who doesn't come by all the time, normally I'm a little bit more laid back and all that, but I'm on a tear tonight. And nothing against Glenn. I'm just sick of hearing the talking points. I just had to listen to Pearl whine about how these I just had to listen to Pearl whine about all of this nonsense with whoops, where'd that go? There it is. About men shouldn't get married, women shouldn't get married in the state, all this other bullshit. I got married in the state, right? I don't. My parents got married in the state. My grandparents got married in the state. I'm really sick of this bullshit. Like, this is horseshit. I have better things to say, to be honest with you. Kissy Cat thinks Pearl is terrible. That's all good. Yeah, there it is. All right. So we're going to jump into Glenn's stream. I'm going to port it over to here. Let me change this really quick. This is there we go. Ooh. All right. So that's his, he's doing his intro. That's fine. But I'm just telling you guys, this is one of these problems that I have, is that we're ignoring the actual problem. The problem is men are not being treated as men Literally, you have 18-year-old men out there that have never lived on their own, never been away from home, never done anything in their damn life. And they're expected to go out and control a woman. By definition, it's not the woman's fault. It's not the woman's fault. It's the man's fault every fucking time. If my wife comes to me and says, "You dumb motherfucker, I don't like you anymore. You fucked up. You did this. You did that. Whatever." Do I blame her? Or do I look in the mirror and I say, "Hey, motherfucker, you need to stop fucking up. You need to make that shit right. If the shit doesn't get made right and she leaves, it's on me." Now, if she comes to me and says some bullshit, right? And I don't correct her, and I do not, and I've had to do this in the past where I had to say, "If you do this, I am gone because I do not tolerate this." And this is very early on in the relationship. Back in the day, I had to do that. You know, like when we like first, second year of marriage, third year of marriage, whatever. I did have to do that, but that's because I wasn't going to take that shit. All right, Glenn's up. Give me a second. What I'm going to have to do here is we're going to do a, let's see. Wait a minute till he brings me up. But yeah, it's going to be participation trophy. You know, you're not wrong, Ghost 1978. You're not wrong. Participation trophies definitely added to it, and it's a interesting thing. You think national service is the only answer to teach men in general? I disagree. I believe that we have. Oh wait, we're live. Let me pull this up here, and do a share. Let's see. There we go. And there we go. All right. And let me unmute myself. And I need to unmute that tab. All right, stand by. All right, there we go. Let me get this finished getting this set up, and there we go. All right.
Are you done talking shit about me, Grid?
No, I'm not anywhere near done talking shit
about me.
About everybody. It's an equal opportunity shit talk.
I didn't know we were throwing smoke at each other right now. Okay, let me get the guns ready.
I'm not talking shit about you. I was just saying that it's
you and I both we come to the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't believe that we should blame women. My problem is I don't blame women.
See, well, that's part of the problem because you're not willing to look at all parties involved in it.
Well,
you just want to look at one party involved in it.
Well, here's the thing.
So
if women are to be led by men and men are allowing this to happen, it's the man's fault.
That part is irrelevant. We could go back. We could go back to the failure. Who dropped the ball a long time ago? Sure,
I don't.
Men dropped the ball.
I honestly don't care.
Men dropped the ball a long time ago. Who has the authority of it now is the question. And I don't think this authority
women only have women have some authority, but men in their house can say, if you do this, I leave. I'm gone. Done. Out.
Okay, but how many men are willing?
You always have that option.
How many men are willing to do that financially? And that's part of the reason.
Well, they're
not willing.
All right.
They're not willing to do that because they know that if they do that, they leave, they lose their resources that they're living off of as it is.
So if you're living off a woman, not
living off of a woman, I'm saying that his resources are going to get cut
because she's still legally, if he says I'm out, she still has legal rights to his resources.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
In what state?
How quick is the divorce?
All right, hold on. Let's set some parameters. Let's set some parameters, because I hear this a lot, and then I hear people say two things. So there's two things here. First, alimony doesn't take effect unless you've been married for at least 5 years, right?
How long does the divorce process take, Grid?
I have no idea. I've never been divorced.
Do you think it's like, a month, maybe a week?
If it's uncontested, sure.
No.
Well, you just hold on. If you said if a woman goes in and says, I have no fault divorce, I can't.
Irreconcilable differences.
Yeah, whatever. The difference is we can't fix the differences. If she says I just don't want to be married to this dude anymore.
And the judge will say, okay, your divorce hearing will be
filing for no fault divorce. And the dude doesn't challenge it. Dude says, you know what? Fuck yeah, I'm out.
Yeah,
you're a bitch.
And cool. And the judge will be like, all right, in 3 weeks, in a month, 2 months, depending on the judge's calendar, when they could put your case on calendar, you still got to wait then. And she still gets to have access to your money until that divorce is finalized. You can't cut her off financially. That's actually financial abuse. Until the judge until the judge stamps it and renders its order that divorce is dissolved, during the waiting time until that paperwork is signed and completed, that woman has access to your resources.
That may be true. I don't know. I don't think in Tennessee that's necessarily true. But I
would look into it. I think everything says basically that until the divorce is legally done, no strings attached, there's nothing lingering. They still have rights. Even in separation.
I think it's only community funds. Like only like if you're working and she's working and you put money into like a checking account.
If you have a joint account,
if you have a joint account, yes. But if you have individual accounts, I don't think that's the truth.
You cannot start an individual account.
But if you're smart, you do that
process.
Anyway, right? That if you're smart, that's how that works.
Well, if you were smart, you would protect your money in different ways with an LLC, a trust, and all that other stuff. Sure. But
yeah, we've talked.
Let me go ahead and put up, for those that don't know why we're arguing, we're not even really arguing. We just have a
we have a difference of opinion on this, because I am
Greg wants to blame all men, and I'm saying that men and women.
I don't want to rip on men. I don't want to rip on. I'm not ripping on anybody. I'm ripping on the situation. Right.
Yes. And I'm saying the way we got here is by two individuals, two parties, not just one. And they're both responsible. Both men and women are responsible for this. It's not all men.
Well, hold on.
It's all on women.
Hold on. Here's the thing. I can agree that both parties share responsibility. However, if you're leading like you're supposed to be leading and you do the things you're supposed to do as a man, you are responsible. End of day, full stop. If my wife, if my wife comes out and says, I am sick to death of you being on the internet, I'm out, I want a divorce, that's on me, because I didn't do my job properly and tell her, hey, this is how it's going to go. And that's it, to some degree. I mean, she could just get a wild hair up her ass and do that. I don't think she would.
See, this is where.
But I don't believe in blaming women for men's problems. Okay.
Good, because neither do I. But I also don't believe in excusing women.
I'm not
excusing women from accountability for their mistakes.
If your wife, all right, so my wife has not cheated. She's not doing anything wrong. She just can't stand me being on the internet and wants to leave. Right.
My ex cheated. All right. We could go down that route.
We could go down that
route. I'm fine with it. And I already, everybody knows, I have clearly stated there were things that I was not doing, or that I was doing, thinking that I was doing the right thing, that led to that. Sure. I take responsibility for my contribution of that,
that's what I don't hear
the environment and creating the environment for her cheating in her mind to be the better option. All right.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean, it doesn't excuse
Sure. I didn't, and I'm not saying it excuses it. I'm saying that the ultimate responsibility falls on me.
All right, so let me ask you this. Let me throw this out to you. We'll take away the cheating thing. Let's say, okay.
And I wasn't talking about cheating. I was saying,
I know. Let's say a woman decides that, you know what, she doesn't want to sleep with her husband anymore.
Mm-hmm.
She's just tired of the sex.
Mm-hmm.
Not into it no more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, okay, he starts trying to improve.
Mm-hmm.
That's not getting anywhere. All right. And he's watching porn now. She busts him. She tells the pastor he's watching porn. She is equally responsible in creating the atmosphere for him to look at porn as the best option. There's responsibility there that she holds. Now you can't say you can say that, well, she didn't make him watch the porn. You're right. She didn't make him watch the porn.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't make my ex-wife hop on somebody's dick, but I created the environment where that option was available, and they thought that option was the best.
Right. You made that option tenable, right? The word is tenable, right? Yeah. So I don't disagree. All right. So here's the thing. I'm not going to disagree, but I'm not going to 100% agree either, because here's the thing. But if
you're not willing to do it both ways,
hold on, calm down.
You have to do it both ways. Then your logic doesn't make sense.
No, my logic's really, you haven't heard my logic yet. First of all, if a man turns to porn because he's not getting laid, that's a weird problem to me. I don't see that, right? Maybe somewhere, maybe that's more common than I assume that it is, whatever. But here's the thing that I want to really kind of dig down on. If sex is the basis of my relationship, I have no relationship.
That's nobody's. Why do you?
You just said if she cuts off sex, then he goes and does porn. Or he goes and looks at porn.
You're making it sound so binary.
I would find that a weakness in that man, and I would say that he doesn't.
That's virtue signaling. That's virtue signaling, and that's bullshit. I'll call it out right now. That's bullshit. To say everything else in the relationship would be great, but if this is a thing, the Bible even tells you how important sex is. It tells you not to deny your spouse. So you're trying to minimize the importance of sexual intimacy when the Bible is very clear about how important it is to not deny one another from each other. That God's very clear how important that right there, that bond is critical and crucially important. And you're like, well, I don't think sex is that important. Well, I don't care what you think. I'm telling you what God has said in the Bible.
Well, hold on. Intimacy is different than sex, first of all. Second, sex isn't the entire. If you're again, I'm going to tell you, if you base your relationship on sex, if you're willing to basically ignore your wife, and you didn't say that. I'm assuming that, right? Because
ignore your wife. Your wife is rejecting you every time you try to get intimate with her, right? That is different. Okay. It's not ignoring. That's.
I have a problem. I kind of have a mental problem getting there with this because I haven't had that specific circumstance.
Okay, so let me try to.
Hold on. I'm trying to see this from both sides, right? Like I'm kind of going by like what Anson Knowles says. He and I've talked about how his ex-wife at 7 years, no sex, right? And I've had other friends who, after their wife had their second or third child, she didn't feel a certain way. She was, just whatever. She felt like she was ugly, was not attractive, didn't matter what he said or did. So I'm looking at this saying, I can actually see that happening. Okay. So what you're basically condoning turning to porn.
I'm not condoning anything. I'm not condoning anything. Okay. I'm not condoning any behavior.
It sounded like what I'm saying. You were saying that was virtue signaling. I'm not condoning that a man that turns to porn is showing a massive sign of weakness.
I'm not condoning anything. Okay. What I'm pointing out is that there's a wrong. His wrong is turning to porn. Her wrong is denying him sex, which leads him to turning to porn. One thing affects the other.
And she goes to.
And that's what I'm pointing out.
hold on. So then she goes to her pastor and says,
yes, and she says,
Pastor, my husband,
watching porn.
Mm-hmm.
My husband's watching porn.
Okay.
I can't deal with this. This is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And does hold on, let's finish the story. When the pastor talks to the husband and says, "Hey, your wife said that you're looking at porn, you're watching porn. This is not good. Why are you doing that? This could endanger your marriage. Hold on, this could endanger your marriage." And the man tells the pastor, "Hey, pastor, I have to be honest with you. I'm experiencing a dead bedroom. For whatever reason, she doesn't want to be intimate with me, doesn't want to have sex, doesn't want to, touch my pee-pee in the way that I like. What do I do?" Okay.
Oh, pastor would say, be a better servant leader. Serve your wife better.
Not in my church, maybe in yours.
Again, you're being very solipsistic and anecdotal.
No, I'm telling you that not in my church. My church would not say it. My church would say, I need to see both of you together and talk to you about this problem.
And I'll tell you from multiple different pastors, and what they have written about and what they have said is that you're not being a good enough servant leader.
Again, I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay. That just because
I'm sorry to hear that's your world. I don't live in that.
It's not my world. It is the world that we live in.
I don't.
And just because it's you have.
All right. Hold on. Do you honestly think if we got Andrew up here and we asked him the same thing, if he said that he would say the same thing that his pastor would say, that he needed to be a better servant leader?
No, because Andrew doesn't have a pastor. He has a priest, and he goes to Orthodox church, where it's more pro patriarchy than anything else. I'm talking about the modern, everyday American man, Christian man, what they would run into.
Which church?
Throw a rock at any non-denominational evangelical church out there.
I don't know anything about non-denominational.
Okay, but then which are majority of the churches in America?
Are they? I thought Catholic was the largest.
No, Catholic is the largest sect of Christianity in America, but the majority of churches are going to be non-denominational, evangelical. You could throw a rock and hit one. I could hit like 4 of them just out the window. Like they're everywhere. I
know that we have 2 or 3 for sure in my town.
But let me point out. I'm just going to bring up this. This is a scripture.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 1 Corinthians. This is because talking about the importance of sex. So we got on that topic a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what matters I wrote to you about, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman, but since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, each wife with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duties to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband in the same way the husband does not have authority over his body, but yields it to his wife. Do not deprive each other except perhaps by a mutual consent for a time, so that you may devote yourself to prayer. So when can they, if they're going to have a time to denial of each other, when they're depriving each other, it will be for what? Time to devoted to prayer. Cool. Then come together again, so Satan will not tempt you because he lacks self-control. Okay, so if the wife is constantly denying, yes, he knows that men and women will eventually lack self-control. We have urges. All right. So a husband is being denied, let's say 6 months. Let's say Anson Knowles, 7 years.
7 years.
Anson said like he was watching porn all the time. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He hadn't told me that part.
So let's say this, like, okay, Anson probably may not have had to watch porn or wouldn't be into porn if his wife did not deny him. So Anson's sin is was watching porn, getting sexual gratification elsewhere. Some women would even call that an affair, right? His wife's sin is denying him because it's not hers to deny, and they had an agreement for committed time to prayer. So one sin, her sin of denying him, opened the door for the temptation of Anson to now think the sin is the better option because he needs the release. Did you not see that?
Oh, I mean, I don't disagree that both are sins. I never disagreed with that.
And I'm pointing
out that the man turning to sin is not. I can't condone that. I don't believe. I've actually hold on. I've never even heard of the servant, whatever fucking bullshit that you talked about. I've never even heard of that. Servant leader. Thank you. Servant leader. I've never heard of that. I've never even. We're
going to get to that too, because this is why I contend and I beef with the church so much these days because of this stuff that we constantly see. 1 second, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, and certainly modern churches have their issues. I mean, my biggest beef with my church is not the sermons. It's not the, it's not the way that they're conducting themselves. It's actually the fact that they've modernized it to the point where it's like a rock show or something, like a music festival on Sunday morning instead of a serious stoic kind of thing. And I really don't like that at all.
All right, I'm gonna read to you a couple quotes and from this article here. Right. So this is Aaron Wrenn. Aaron Wrenn is he's an author. Mm-hmm. He's actually really good at, like, he dove in on the red pill, called them out for the bullshit. He's really good at calling a lot of things out and putting a spotlight on. All right. So he's not one way or the other. All right. Yeah. He goes, the term servant leadership functions similarly in the evangelical circles. They are imbued the phrase with particular specific meanings that transform it from a self-evidently good concept into an evangelical term of art. If you criticize those meanings, you might be accused of supporting a selfish leadership. Servant leadership, properly understood, is an almost self-evident virtue. Of course, we want leaders who are in genuine service of others and of the institution they direct. But the problem with the way that evangelicals talk about servant leadership, particularly when it comes to married men, it's the part of why men turn onto online influencers instead of the church. As I noted in my WSJ op-ed on the topic, online influencers provide an aspirational vision of manhood. Traditional authorities like the church provide a servant leader vision that is extremely unappealing and, more importantly, wrong in important ways. The call to servant leadership, conservatives, evangelicals, ones who hold the so-called complementarian gender theology, affirm that a husband is the head of the home. This is heavily qualified, however, and one such qualification is that the headship means service rather than authority, or at least to the extent that such authority exists, it can only be used for service. The term servant leader was present early in complementarian movement, though was not especially stressed. John Piper, in his opening chapter from the complementarian text, Recovering Biblical Manhood and Womanhood, wrote, "The call to leadership is a call to humble oneself and take the responsibility to be a servant leader in a way that are appropriate to everyday differing relationships to women. But the word servant leader only occurs a handful of times in this long book." Or the word servant leader only, okay, so women's study professor Mary Cassian, who is among the originators of the complementarian movement, echoed Piper when she wrote this: "Men have a responsibility to exercise headship in their home and the church family."
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Christ revolutionized the definition of what that means. Authority is not right to rule; it's responsibility to serve. All right. Here's Pastor John Scott. He says this, that headship implies some degree of leadership, which, however, is expressed in the terms of authority, but not in the terms of authority, but of responsibility.
All you're telling me is that I will never go to an evangelical church. I've never been to one, and now I don't ever want to go to one.
Here's another one.
All you've told me is that I was right to never go to one, and maybe those Church of Christ people aren't as weird as I thought they were.
Here we go. Being the head does not mean that you are the ruler or something. It's more of a responsibility. I have learned that being the head, as you say, is really about being a servant, because you got to swallow hard. That's pause, and put somebody else first.
Pause.
Actually, it's servant headship means makes his burden even harder, because it's also because he also supposed to be the kind of man that can hear his wife's needs and can be there for his wife and can respect his wife. And that's a big responsibility. Pastor or Dr. James Dobson, from the founder of Focus on the Family, he says this about servant leadership. He explains that a man gets married, he stops living for his own ambition and instead channels his energy into supporting his family. He discovers a sense of pride, yes, masculine pride, because he is needed by his wife and family. Needed not only for protection and financial provision, but love and affection. All right, because Jesus said that he came not to serve, but to serve others. That's why,
again, you don't have to go through the whole thing. I have no interest in evangelical bullshit. I've never been to an evangelical church, and I'll never go to one.
What I'm saying, that's the predominant of the churches in America. So, yes, the guy going to, I sat in when I was a youth pastor, and I was like basically the acting associate pastor. I sat in on a case very similar to this. A guy got caught watching porn by his wife, right? And the pastor is laying into him. How do you think that makes her feel? You're sitting against your wife. You're sitting against your wife. Laying into him, did not even ask him yet, why are you watching porn? Didn't even assume that, could be like, oh, maybe his wife's not giving him sex. Maybe there's a dry spell going on. No, not even a thought of that. Laid into him. And then finally the guy said, are you going to even ask me why? And the pastor said, it doesn't matter why. You're sinning. You're wrong. You're doing wrong. Okay, fine. Yes, he's doing wrong. But don't you want to know what contributed to him sinning? Is he just some evil sinner that doesn't love his wife, that rather just likes to beat his meat to other things? Or could it be that there was other factors that were going on that made this opportunity or this option be the better option? I'm not trying to defend either one. I'm pointing out that both parties are responsible for where we are at today with the problems that we have. Both men and women hold responsibility. Now, who holds the most? Glenn, I don't know.
Glenn, I understand that guy said that, but you always go hardcore on the women and give men a pass.
Fuck, if you're not hurt, you don't hear my shit, because actually I had come at the guys more than ever.
Okay. All right. Maybe I haven't been listening enough.
Stop bitching about women. I tell them all the time, stop bitching about women.
Yeah.
Work on yourself.
There's no point in it.
So what I want to point out here is that if we're going to talk about a solution, you can't go into this thinking that you're just going to throw all the blame and all the responsibility
for all the blame on any failure. No, hold on.
Well, you do. You said you're going to hold men responsible. You said it's men are responsible.
Ultimately,
no, if women have agency, women have responsibility.
Sure. Okay. Right. Nobody's saying differently. However, ultimately, my opinion is that men are responsible for what happens in their household.
Briar Wolf confirms.
Yeah, Briar Wolf is awesome. But anyway,
so let's get into these clips.
Yeah, let's talk to the actual. Let's talk to the actual points here. So, and I guess I watched a bunch of the stuff you sent me. It was basically repetition. The two that I kind of thought were a little different was the one where you were on apparently just the other day, where you got back from Florida, and one where Pearl's talking to some girl. I think it's number 84. Don't quote me on that.
Well, I'm going to play one when you kind of get what they were saying, so we kind of understand what they're saying, and then I'll play the one that I was on.
Was Sean up because he's been waiting for a while. Sean, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
This was one of the most.
I can hear you. I'm still in recovery, Sean.
Man, Talk about it.
No, I would, but we don't
brutal.
we don't have time. Tell me, why should I have hope?
Well, I guess we could say that you could have hope in your own life, but for the majority, like you said, society, I say you don't have hope in that idea that most people were talking about. It just, I just can't wing it. I just can't make up something. As much as I can easily break up with girls, I just can't make this one up. I can't sweet talk my way out of this one.
Yeah.
You're just going to have to redirect your energy into something else. But as far as what most people conceive as relationships and what the past may or may have not been, guys, look, you're going to have to redirect that energy heavy. And it doesn't make you a black pill, doesn't make you a doomsdayer, it just makes you realistic. Is that so bad?
Yeah,
Literally, this was like...
You seem like a happy guy.
What?
Minds.
I'm super happy. There's dirt bikes, four-wheelers. I still got friends. I accumulated resources. I've done well for myself over life. I mean, that's what I lean on. Not whether a shorty is going to commit a box to me for the next 50 years. Come on now. Women ain't worried about me. They down there, they going to spas. They got dogs and strollers. They got cats and strollers. I mean, they living their best lives. Some are complaining on the internet, but for the most part, they live the longest, right? Even if they're downtrodden and ain't doing nothing, they're still going to get social benefits, government housing. I mean, they're living their lives. So I'm going to have to live mine. I'll be danged.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, and like I think a lot of people, especially women, that think that men are going to do with bad news and realistic perspectives what they would do. Men are going to act, whether the news is bad or good. Women will take bad news and just sit there and just cry about it. Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have, for me personally, I felt like life begins when you accept this. And it actually gets way better because you don't expect anything anymore. So would you agree or you disagree?
I would agree, but just with an addition to it, right? Like, I just let go of that idea, and there's so many other ideas to construct. All right, come on, Pearl. We're living longer, right? We're not involved in as much wars in the past. I'm not a slave. Like, I mean, come on. Like, I'd rather not be a slave. I'd rather not fight in World War I or World War II. I would not want to fight the Ottomans. I would not want to fight the Vikings.
Right, let me remove this. So this guy's basically saying that, you know what, I've accepted that, you know, I'm not going to, you know, get married. I'm going to, you know, live my life and have my friends, you know, dirt bikes and all that stuff.
So first of all, I thought I heard a lisp there. It could have just been the audio, but it sounded like there's a little bit of a lisp. Just saying.
Sean's not gay. I know him.
Okay.
Good guy. Now let me
hold on. Let me finish. All I heard was everything in his world is rosy, and he's still getting laid, so he doesn't care about getting married, and he doesn't really want to have a family. He doesn't care about anything but himself and his possessions and walking his dog.
Very selfish and very nihilistic. Right?
Obviously nihilistic, but yeah, you know, there's a few other things kind of rolling around in there.
Okay. Now this is from a few years ago. This next video I'm playing from a few years ago. All right. No. And I'm probably going to get a lot of shit for this, but here we go.
I'll give you some. Don't you worry.
What do you disagree with, Rolo?
On? So we agree on a lot. What we disagree on is the biggest thing that I think is most problematic is marriage, that you can't endorse marriage.
Not now.
And I think that if we look at what is the optimal environment to bring children into this environment, into this world, if my buddy Sauce wanted to have kids, do you want kids?
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully we could agree that the optimal environment is to be in a nuclear family where the man and the woman are in the household together.
Socially enforced monogamy has been the bedrock of Western society.
100%. So we agree on that. However, the red pill speaks very low of marriage. You guys have a very, in my opinion, a very skewed view of marriage based on 66% of marriages are filed by women, on and so forth.
70, but half of marriages end in divorce right now, at least in Western, statistically speaking, you got a 50-50 chance of having a quote unquote successful marriage, whatever that is defined as. And then of course it's 70 to 80% of
okay. Your book
depends
says,
on whose numbers you. I was trying to be as.
Let me point out what I have a problem with this. He said he doesn't support marriage now, right? I mean, and I'll go back just to play it again so people hear it.
Hopefully we could agree that the optimal environment is to be in a nuclear. And I think that if we look at the biggest thing that I think is most problematic is marriage, that you can't endorse marriage.
Not now.
And I think that if we look at what
right
is
there,
the optimal.
He said, not now. Well, he's still married and the laws still apply to him.
Yeah.
And this is where bad leadership is. Okay.
And I'm sure he owns a place in California where his wife could go and really bang him over.
Well, no, they live in Nevada. But anyways, what I'm getting at is that, the law, just because you got married 27 years ago or 30 years ago, doesn't mean the laws that govern marriage today don't apply to you. You didn't get married under different laws, and those laws stick, according to, because of when you got married. No, the laws today applies to him. And if you're like, well, I can't support marriage today, not now, then shouldn't you be divorced? Because if you can't support it, then why stay married?
I mean, Rollo's viewpoint on it is really interesting. And we've talked about that. You and I've talked about that ad nauseum. And one of the things.
But what I'm trying to get at is like, this is where we got to talk about where it's coming from. This mentality, right? This mentality, the view of marriage. If he is the father of the red pill, right? Then a lot of the people's views on marriage are going to come from their leader, which he wants to be. So he has to take the responsibility of knowing that the way that people view marriage, or the reason why guys are so adverse to getting married, has to do with their leader's view on it as well. Okay. Now, there could be ways to fix marriage. We have to assume that we have to agree that the marriage laws that govern, the dissolving of marriage may not be reflecting of today's society. Before they were maybe reflecting a certain time when, women were not the ones primarily in the workforce, so that we knew that they were going to need more assistance.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of this lately. And I was actually just listening to something the other day, and it was a woman talking about how, that she would be okay with, or she thought that alimony and those things should be eliminated completely, because it's no big deal now for, women have jobs, women are in the workforce often before they get married, and then it's not a big problem for them to find a job after, assuming that they want to do that. So I'm not really.
Are you saying that child support laws and alimony laws?
Yeah. Basically saying that there's no that child support obviously needs to be fixed, but it's constantly getting better in most places, or more fair. But what isn't really changing fast enough, I guess, is not the alimony. The alimony laws themselves are in a lot of places are getting revised, but this idea that in women's heads that they aren't going to work after getting divorced, and they're going to basically live off of their ex-husband. So, and in some places in the United States, still, I had to look this up, but there are places still that their spousal support laws, they don't call it alimony, they call it spousal support. Their
maintenance support.
Yeah, something like that. But
real quick, $5 come from Viking Paradigm. He goes, men are leaders at fault. But the cause is the majority of men and women are being trained that men are to be deficient leaders to their wives. Yeah.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I was saying when you, earlier before you even got home, is that the and I'll continue on the alimony thing in a minute, but just kind of a sidebar to answer that super chat. It's very interesting to me watching modern society, this infantilization of men, especially women too, but men especially, where I just look at kids today and I'm like, man, when I was like 13, I was riding my bike all over the world, or not all over the world, but all over the place. I didn't, my parents didn't worry about me. There weren't, I mean, the helicopter parent thing wasn't a real thing. And I think that there was a lot of opportunity for marriage. I mean, not marriage, but there was a lot of opportunity for young men to be young men. And it's gradually been whittled away, right? Like it's and it's just more and more and more, especially in our public education system, which is the de facto parents for most people, most kids. And it's you can't get away from these principles, right? You just can't get away from it. And I'm watching this one kid grow up, and because he's a friend of my son's, and I'm telling you, that dude, if he ever gets married, his wife's going to own his soul, because he doesn't have a backbone. It's not that it's flexible or whatever. He does. He's got no grit, no sand, no nothing.
Yeah, and that's because society has neutered men.
Well, they've created men that can't be alone.
No, we have neutered them. We have taken their nut.
But we've created men that can't be alone, right? We've created, and we were talking about that.
We have neutered men. We have trained. We have raised our boys the same way we teach our girls. Mm-hmm. All right, we try to do this blank slate thing that's not working. Okay, we have told boys that they have to brace their feelings and be emotional. Mm-hmm. Right. And we don't acknowledge that boys and girls are different, and the way that boys act and learn and interact with each other are different than girls. Instead of praising them for their differences, we shame them for their differences and force them to be like little girls.
Yeah, again.
So then when you wonder why the guy that you're watching growing up, and when his wife's going to walk all over him, why he doesn't have a backbone, because he was never encouraged to actually flex that backbone.
Yeah, sure. Right. And it's not just, and I'm kind of giving the school system a bad rap, but it's not just the school system. It's also I'm looking at the guy's dad, and I see how his wife treats him. I see how his daughter treats him. His daughter is being raised. I'm telling you, and I've heard her talk to her dad, in such a way that if my son had ever even dreamed about talking to me that way, it would have been hell.
Why do you think that is?
Because the dad has no, he's not asserting any authority, and the mom. Okay, hold on, I'm finishing. The dad isn't asserting any authority, and the mom, his wife, is kind of undermining the authority. Maybe not intentionally, but it's just the dynamic.
Like you're giving her a pass now. Like you're trying to assume that it's intentional. We don't need to know if it's intentional.
I don't know if it's intentional.
We just know that she's undermining him, and that's wrong. Whether it's intentional or unintentional is irrelevant. But by saying maybe it's not intentional, you're trying to give her a pass.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's the way her mom taught her, or whatever. It's just who she is. It's not a pass. It's an acknowledgement that she is who she is, and she is absolutely horrible in this regard. Now, she's probably a nice person. She's probably pleasant to be around. I'm sure that everyone at her office loves her and thinks she's great. But as a wife, she sucks. This is the way it is.
Well, why? Why? Because
she doesn't get good wife.
societally wise, we don't shame women for being bad
Correct.
wives.
We don't. We
have no problem coming out. We have no problem coming out of a guy, but we say he's being a bad husband.
Sure, absolutely. There's definitely a double standard.
So hold on, let me finish. I'm not done yet. Because you're saying this guy has no spine. His wife walks all over him. His kids don't respect him. Okay, let me just hypothetically here. Let's say this guy, there was a time when his kids were younger. His wife was disrespectful to him. He's like, hey, stop that. You're not going to be disrespectful to me, right? And she goes, cries to the girlfriends. Oh, my God. He was so rude. He was yelling at me. He was verbally abusing me, right? And let's say she runs to the pastor. He's verbally abusive. He gets angry, right? And then the pastor's like, you know what? You need to be able to be a better servant leader. You need to talk to your wife more lovingly.
You got to get away from the servant leader thing.
No.
I honestly, you got to get out, dude. I don't care about servant leader. I don't want to hear about it. It's not something. It's not something that is a portion of what's going on in that instance.
Yes, it plays a role in why men are the way they are today.
Okay,
so I'm calling out all the problems that are contributing to the factors of it, right? Men are being raised to be.
If it's not a part of this community, then it's not a problem for what I'm talking about.
What community?
The community I'm talking about. Like I don't believe that their pastor would say be a better servant leader. I don't believe that at all.
Well, you don't know.
Now maybe in your community,
but you don't know. But you don't know whether or not that is capable or not. You don't know.
I don't know, simply because I actually don't even know what church they go to. But in my church, you would never be told be a better servant leader.
Well, that's your 100%. Church, but they don't go to your church.
They don't go to my church, which is
so. But we can say that, like, the average,
I'm actually not even sure they go to church.
Well, either way, I'm just saying for hypothetical reasons, because I was talking about a hypothetical here.
Hypothetically, they don't go to a
okay. Hypothetically, they don't go to church. Okay, fine. Hypothetically, they don't go to church. They got society telling men that you're not supposed to be that way. You should not talk to your wife that way. You should not raise your voice at her. That's abusive. Okay, so then what does he do?
That's true. That's true enough.
What does he do? He shrinks. He shrinks. Okay, society's telling him you cannot have a spine. And the only time you're allowed to have a spine is when you're defending women. But how dare you have a spine when you're trying to assert some boundaries or correct some negative behavior, right? That's not conducive with your relationship box that you decided this is how you want your relationship to operate under, right? So when you are told that you can't have a spine, society has shamed you to, you're going to not have a spine. You're not going to react. You're not going to speak up, because every time you do, it's not just you're dealing with the woman that's coming at you with the bullshit, but she has the reinforcements of the society, to shame you and, call you something or make you think that you're bad. So there's a problem that's beyond just the guys not having a spine. It's that they're raised not to have a spine.
Bullshit.
Stand up.
You know what? Bullshit. I listened to that whole thing, and all I heard is the man can't do anything about it. Bullshit. If that was the case, my life would be different. And
I'm not saying men can't do anything about it. I am saying
I'm just calling bullshit.
You're not listening, Grid. You're not listening. Right. And I want you to listen. Okay. I'm saying they are raising men to be defected women. They're telling men that your masculinity is toxic. Okay. All right. Sure. These young men are being raised at a time to reject pretty much their natural essence of things. Okay.
Correct.
And then
I don't disagree with that. However, you keep coming back to this servant leader thing and all of this other mythology.
I didn't even just say servant leadership.
I only care about
I'll talk about from a secular standpoint. Society is telling men that they have to do this.
I understand. However, you're also saying that all men therefore are weak and cannot stand against a little adversity. I'm telling you right now that I did not say that at all. I don't care. Literally, you could accuse me of anything and I wouldn't care. I just don't care. And because I'm a fucking man, I have a set of balls, and I can stand on my own.
No, it's not because of that. That's not because of that. You're in a position that you don't have to rely or have to work in the workforce or deal with these people that their opinion on you may actually affect your livelihood. You're good. Okay, that's different.
But at one time, I wasn't that way, and I've been the same.
That doesn't matter. That wasn't today. That was not under this not in this culture. So please open your eyes and listen. And let me just explain to you. I'm trying to, because I'm very fair at this. I go at both sides. So you think I'm attacking the women? I'm not attacking the women right now.
I'm not saying that we're attacking women. I'm saying that
the problem with these young men that I talk to, these young men, they don't have a spine. They don't feel that they could assert themselves because they feel that society is going to shame them. They're going to be rejected by women. So they're like, oh, in order to play the game, I need to shrink, right? Okay, that's a problem. We need to encourage young men to embrace their masculinity, to be good men, right? Not good men according to what women say is what good men are. Okay, I don't care what women say good men are because that's irrelevant.
Sure.
Okay, but we need to raise men to be good men, period. And that's the problem. Or this started off earlier when you're like, well, men are not raising good men. You're right. What contributing factors is to that? Well, we got a divorce rate that's pretty bad. All right. You already heard 50 some odd % of divorces are marriages end in divorce. All right. That's pretty bad. So that means at some point, one or both the parents are not going to be much of an influence on their children as they would like to if they were in the same home.
Sure.
Right. So we know that the majority of primary custody goes to mom, and dad tends to be more of the weekend warrior. You get to see him every other weekend, and
I think that's changing, but sure, I'll allow it. I think okay. I know a lot of men. I have come to know a lot of men with full custody, but whatever.
Yeah, there are cases like that, and I know many cases like that myself. I'm just saying overall, the average is mom has the majority of custody. Dad tends to get them on the weekends or to get them a couple days, whatever. That the short amount of time that they have with their kids, the dads are not parenting. They're just trying to be their friend.
Now that's true. A lot of parents, both sides, they're trying to be friends. They're trying to be cool. They're trying to be, I'm literally like, with my son, we're not friends. Like, obviously he's my son. I love him, but we're not friends. We're not having like long conversations about Minecraft or anything like that. Right. Like he's my son. I take care of him. My job is to make sure that he ends up where he needs to be. And a lot of times when my wife, for example, will kind of try and put the baby buggy bumpers on, and make world safe and all of that. I rip those off and say, no. I have a kind of a mediocre example of that where earlier this year, my son was really bugged about some stuff at school, and he was just kind of up in his head. And what he really wanted to do was just go for like a 2-mile hike in this battlefield, the Stones River battlefield that's near us. And my wife was flipping out. He's going to go by himself. Yeah. Why would he not? He's first of all, he's a big boy. He knows what he's doing. At my age, I was literally riding all over this town. And then you get the whole, the world has changed. I'm like, well, yeah, he's way more dangerous at his age than I was at mine. Like he would, yeah. He's a big boy. And so I'm like, let him go do it. And she actually, she followed my lead, and she took him and dropped him off at the trailhead. He hiked, he came back, he called her, she came and picked him up, came home, everything was fine. But we're not, again, so I'm his dad, but I do believe that you're correct. I believe that a lot of parents want to be friends. They want to be cool kids. They want to be seen as part of their crowd.
I think what it is for the fathers in these situations where they only get like a weekend to be with their kids is that they want those kids to have good memories of hanging out with dad. They don't want to think of, when they think of dad, they think of, oh, he's this hard ass that's always on my case about my homework, because that's how dads are when they live at home, because they're always there. Hey, did you get your homework done? go get your homework done. Don't ask me anything until you get your homework done. All right. So they don't want that that image in their kid's head when they're like, oh, it's time to go visit dad.
But they really should, because I think that most kids truly crave structure. They really need that.
These guys already been rejected by their wives. They don't want to get rejected by their kids. Okay. Yeah, so they're trying to, I'm not justifying it, not saying it's the right thing to do.
I get it. I get it.
They want the time that they have with their kids to be, good and memorable, right? So yeah, they're not parenting. The dads are not able to parent the way that they should. They don't. All right. So
I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you. And
now,
I think the biggest part I think the biggest problem we face culturally is that parents are no longer parents.
Well, that's part of it, but there's a lot more to that. But so Pearl was getting all these nihilistic, responses, right? Well, I come up and I just said, I'm going to give my answer. Why you should have hope, and it's not a good reason, but there's going to be a change, and this is what I said.
No.
I'm doing good. I just got back from Florida.
This was one of the better clips.
Well, what's going on? Why should I have hope?
Okay, you should have hope, but not for a good reason. It's because it's going to be a consequence. All right. You know how history repeats itself?
Yeah.
Well, history is repeating itself. All right. And yeah, I'm going to come at it from more of like a biblical angle. All right. I know. You don't like it. Yeah, cool. Anyways, I got it for you though. All right. So in Isaiah 3, there was some shit going on. Women were hoes. It says that they were being haughty, right? And with their outstretched necks, with jewelry all on it, and their nappy-headed weaves and shit. And they were jangling their shit around. With some jewelry hanging from the ears to the nose to the nipples to the ankles. They were being thoughts. They were being the modern day thought. Okay. All right. And see, what had happened was, it said, because your women are your rulers, right? And they rule over you, right? All these bad shit was about to happen.
Okay.
What happened? All their good men died. So the warriors died. The women end up getting bald headed and having like scabies. They all look like Jada Pinkett Smith, like a dirty tennis ball. They stunk, right? They got taken over by other kingdoms. And it says, Isaiah 4:1, it said at that time, 7 women will go to one man and beg them just to take their name, and they will feed themselves. They will clothe themselves, just as long as they hide them from their shame. They can take away their shame. So basically these hoes, what's going to happen is they're going to ruin society to the point where, society is not going to be able to sustain itself. We're going to end up going to war because some dumb hoe president is going to send us, us troops out there to die. And then, all the good men are going to die off. And then the men that are left over, these women are going to be like, yo, please take us as your wife. Please wipe us up.
Can I get a timeline for that, Glenn? Like, when can I expect that?
When do I think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be dead and gone before that shit happens. Okay, like our children's children may see that. But history does repeat itself if we don't learn from our mistakes.
Your kids aren't going to have kids.
Well, I mean,
statistically, they're
some of us might. I mean, those that got good-looking kids, that got them good genes. Those children might reproduce.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, if you got like a ugly kid, not happening.
So, it's like what I was pointing out in my video, my statement to her is that there will be this course correction, and it's not for a good reason. It's not going to be because we decided as a nation or as a people to say, hey, we are going to go back. We're going to do the hard thing that we need to do and fix these problems. The pendulum swung way too far to the left, and we are going to now course correct this and, make it work, right? Go back to where we should. It's not going to be that way. What it's going to be is because we're just going to keep on kicking the can. Excuse me. We're going to keep on doing the status quo because we don't want to rock the boat. We don't want to do the necessary work that's needs to be done in order to change things culturally here. We're just going to let it keep on going to the point where it collapses. And when it collapses, all right, the men that are going to be here are going to be the men that women naturally going to be like, when shit hits the fan, they look for a man. So shit's going to hit the fan to the point where they don't have the luxuries and the protection and the feminism to protect them in the courts or the laws, and they're not going to have that. And they're going to be like, oh, hey man, protect us. We'll be your wife. Just, give us your name. We'll take care of ourselves financially and feed ourselves. Just take our shame away. We want to be protected. We want to be under a covering. Can you do that for us now? That's when we're going to see. It's going to take some catastrophic event that's going to be able to get these women to willfully give it over. Okay, this authority or power that they have, because you only get power one way. You either seize it or it's surrendered to you. So unless you guys plan on going and killing a bunch of women, I don't think you're gonna, get it that way. You're gonna want them to surrender it to you.
Well, now, women have no power, so it's not granted to them by men. So I have a weird issue with this because
yes, women don't have any power that's enforced by men. I get that, but you're not going to go to war against all the men that are going to.
Hold on, I wasn't done. I have a weird issue with this because, first of all, sure, maybe catastrophe is what it takes. I don't think that's the truth. I think the pendulum swings both ways. Right now, what we've seen is this. We tried the grand experiment, right? We tried the feminism. We tried all of that. And now we have the most anti-feminist rhetoric possibly in history. Like, it's really crazy. The anti-feminist rhetoric, the more patriarchal. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite questions to ask, because when I'm in these discussion groups, invariably some smart-ass woman will say, well, women are better rulers and feminism is great for society. And I can always point out and say, can you name one society? Just one. Led by a female that was that succeeded, right? You can't do it. And so I'm in an argumentative mood too, Michelle. I'm calmed down a little bit, but not much. So I disagree. I mean, obviously, the scripture is great, but I think in reality, we're just going to continue to see this pendulum swinging and continue to swing back towards patriarchy because it can't help.
It's going to take the status quo no longer being able to operate the way that it is. Because if things are running smoothly, if society is running smoothly, but
it's not running smoothly. It's not running.
If the government is able to maintain its, grow its welfare system and get more and more people to dependent on it, the government's not going to change.
Okay, then why is it that in most states, especially like Florida, which hold on, especially like, let's just take Florida for you. I'm just pick on Florida. Florida.
You're not picking on Florida. You're using Florida as an example.
I like picking on it. So Florida is a great, not a great example, but an example where historically there's been a real, what's the right word?
There's been a reform when it comes to alimony. You don't get,
it's not just alimony, but it's all of the marriage laws. It's all of the custody laws. They've really come through and swept out a lot of the garbage. Now, whether or not it's like patriarchal is arguable, because I don't necessarily think it really truly is. I think there's only going to be a
patriarchy. There's no other way. It's always going to be a patriarchy.
Yeah, but I mean, the laws still, my opinion, they're still kind of slanted a little bit more towards away from men and more towards center than anything else. But at least it's in the right direction. Texas, same way. Tennessee, same way. Tennessee, we have covenant marriage now. And it's one by one by one by one by one by one by one, because the very men that you were talking about not being willing to step up and put a stop to it are putting a stop to it, and they don't care if you make fun of them. They are risking their political careers, and yet they're not going away.
What are you talking about? What men?
Well, how about the governor of Florida that just got rid of alimony? By your
he didn't get rid of alimony.
He did. You can't have lifetime alimony. You cannot have lifetime alimony. It's like 5 years or something.
He put a cap on lifetime alimony. He did not get rid of alimony.
Yeah, but it's like a 5-year alimony, and it's really hard to qualify for.
Alimony's always been hard to qualify for.
I mean, that's arguable, but sure, I'll go. I'll say that it's
only like 10 to 15% of marriages, that divorce receive alimony.
That's true in most states. That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
So alimony is not easy to get. It is difficult to get already. So
right, okay.
He just pushed back. He just pushed back.
He's just making.
He just pushed back.
You just said that can't happen.
I didn't say that. I did not say that cannot happen.
All right.
I did not say that.
I don't believe that a cataclysmic event is what's needed to push things forward.
No,
I think that men are going to do it naturally.
It's not.
I think that we're already doing it.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying, and this is dishonest. Okay, I didn't say that's what's needed. Okay, I'm saying it will take to get it the quickest way to turn around. It will take some type of catastrophe. All right, it will take some type of. If you want it to turn over in the next year or two, yes, it will take a catastrophe. Or we're gonna have to put in the work, and a lot of guys, they don't want to put in the work. They don't want to put in the work because they say that I'm not going to experience it in my lifetime. So why the fuck do I care about the future?
Sure.
That's the problem. That's the real problem.
And that's a really solid point. And but that's why historically it's always been 1 to 3% of humanity that's accomplished anything, while everybody else stood aside and didn't even pick sides.
So what I'm pointing out is we have to change the hearts and minds here of people and saying, yeah, you know what? For you, yeah, it can, you may not see the change. You may not experience the change in your lifetime. All right. And I'm sorry, life isn't fair. Okay. But do you want the children of tomorrow to have to endure the pain that you are enduring, or worse pain? Can you stop thinking about yourself and start thinking about someone else, the future, for 1 second? And would you want your nephew, you may not have kids, but would you want your nephew to endure this, or the worst version of this if it continues? If the answer is, well, no, I don't want my nephew to do that, then cool. Can you help us change it now?
Sure.
Can you help be part of the change for tomorrow? And that's the mindset that we have to adopt. We could be mad that women today, have what, you want to call it delusional expectations. Sure. You can be mad about it. That's fine. But can you help put the groundwork in now so that the future of relationships, the future of men and women being able to come together and build families could be successful? And if you're saying, well, I'm not going to do it because it doesn't work for me, and then, okay, then can you get out of the way then? If you're not going to be part of the solution, can you at least get out of the way? Can you not be part of the problem? Does that make sense? Because what Thor wrote about and what I talk about is a way to get better, to make things better. But it starts individually. You have to fix you. You can't fix women. Don't worry about what women are doing. Well, all these women are unmarriageable.
You're just repeating what I said in the beginning. I said men are responsible for men. Men have to be better leaders. Men shouldn't worry about women. And if a man is not, if a woman is misbehaving, the man is responsible because he's not being a good leader. And if he tolerates it, and
what is a good leader?
Hold on. if the man tolerates it and doesn't say, all right, you know what, we're done, you got to go, you got to get out of here, then if he tolerates it, then he deserves what he gets.
So then are you encouraging for more divorce?
I encourage people to not only get married once and to put a lot of thought into it beforehand. I think people get married.
But I'm asking you that are you encouraging more divorce then?
No, I'm encouraging better leadership.
Okay. What's the leadership without authority?
You don't lead through authority. You're not master and commander.
Actually, if you're responsible for something, then you have to have the authority to be responsible for that thing that you're responsible for.
Sure.
So if you don't have any authority over what you're responsible for, then you are a slave.
If you accept authority, right, you get married, and that's part. Also, by the way, a lot of marriage covenants these days do not say love, honor, and obey. They leave that obey part out. By the way, just point of fact, mine did not. But Glenn, I got to tell you, man, either she accepts the authority, or, which, by the way, leadership is not about being master and commander. We keep talking about that.
Let me ask this.
Hold on.
I want to ask. I'm trying to give it a reasonable example so people to understand this. Okay, because I'm trying to understand what. All right, so you know what, wife is being disrespectful to you. She keeps on overspending. She's not listening to you, right? You say, hey, we have X amount of money in the account. We have these bills coming out. Just be aware. Don't be spending all the money. Okay. Fuck him. I'm going to go shopping, get some red bottoms or whatever. Or maybe she's not being defiant. Maybe she's just absent-minded and she, didn't add it right. And whatever the case is, she bounced the account. Now the account is so you're all right, woman, you're not listening to me. You try to present it to her. Hey, this is why I'm telling you this. She's like, now she gets an attitude back with you and she's still being disrespectful. So, okay, fine. Get out. We're done. You're not listening. We're done. Cool. Move on. Because that's what you're saying to me is that if there's a problem and the
boiled down, that is what I'm saying. Boiled down, I'm saying that if a woman is truly that bad, if she is truly not going to actually be a part of the marriage and contribute and be respectful and do all of the things that marriage fucking entails, then she can get the fuck out. And you should never have married her in the first place.
Then you're encouraging for more divorce.
And you never should have married her in the first place. No, I'm actually, I don't believe that people should get married out of hand. I think that people get married because they like pussy and they don't, and they marry the pussy. They don't marry the woman it's attached to.
I agree. I think a lot of people get married also because, and maybe they had kids. They knocked her up. They want to do right by her, make her an honest woman.
Right. And that's
like, I'm going to try to make this work. Sure. I agree. I agree. Right.
Perfect. And I think we both know.
I would think that you're advocating for. I think you would be advocating for more divorce than you would be instead of trying to address the problems in the marriage. If you're saying it's his bad leadership, but also could be her bad following the leadership.
You've maintained that you can't fix women. Women are going to be the way they are. That's it. Done. Okay. If that's the truth, if you can't fix the woman, then she's got to go. She's got to hit the bricks. Get the fuck out.
I think that there's addressing the leadership, communicating, being able to.
Okay. I agree with that.
All right. But also, I don't think that she does this infraction, divorce. There's things that could be done.
I didn't say one infraction. I didn't say
I'm not saying one infraction.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that, like, you're saying if she's not following your leadership or she's not being respectful, divorce.
Well,
and we got
to some degree, yes. I'm saying if she refuses to accept the leadership, which to some degree, again, you have to accept it because either, it's a submit thing, right? You can't force someone and just say, hey, I'm the leader now. I'm your leader.
Well,
right?
I think that there's a problem on both sides. I think one, for him, probably bad leadership, probably poor leadership in areas where she no longer respects him. And a woman can't, if she doesn't respect you, she's going to have a hard time submitting to you. Unless you're paying her, because.
Yeah, sure. Well, here's the,
Good evening, fellas.
What's going on, Mr. Justin? Mr. Justin wanted to come up. He has a group that he teaches men.
Sure.
And and he has kids. And I wanted to get his opinion on this. Are we talking past each other, Justin?
No, I don't think so. I think it's all like relevant stuff. And when I popped in, it was a really good section of the conversation, because just like I'm not like a big Rolo fan, but was he the one who coined the phrase like something about negotiated desire?
Yeah, you cannot negotiate desire. It's either genuine desire.
Yeah, something along those lines. You can't do the same thing with fellowship or submission either.
Yeah, I agree.
It can't be bought. It can't be negotiated. It can't be enforced.
Mm-hmm.
So one cannot rely on a system to do something that your manhood should be taking care of from the first place. So if you're having problems later on, like in a relationship or with your wife, and she's not following, she probably never was from the beginning. And that's something I think guys fail to understand. They don't cultivate this within their relationship prior to commitment.
Do you think that it could also, maybe he was the guy, but death by 1,000 concessions, trying to keep her happy, and he is now no longer
that alone shows that he's not him.
Well, yeah.
Like if you can see,
that was him. That could have been him when he was single, right? But then now, like let's say he adopted the servant leader model mentality, right? And then he goes, okay, well then I got to change if I want this to last long, because this is what they're saying. And so he adopts this new, paradigm, and it's no longer him in the beginning.
Marriage isn't a democracy. It just isn't, right? I think either you are who you are or you aren't who you aren't. And again, you may be a dude, I'm like the dude I was describing earlier. I've tried very hard to understand how this marriage fucking works. I'm looking at this from the outside and I see a henpecked, beat down, guy he's happy. He seems happy. I don't know. Maybe he's not really, maybe he's just crying in his beer every night. I don't fucking know. But what I do know is his wife controls his ass. He makes all the money. He does whatever she fucking says. And that's it. Now, I'm sure that in his mind, he's doing it for the kids. I get it to some degree. I don't agree with it. I get it. But I could never be that way myself. I couldn't.
It gets romanticized.
Talking
about it gets romanticized that falling on one sword as a man becomes this romanticized ideal.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no honor. Right. There's no honor in unless you're talking about seppuku, when we're not in Japan. So that shit has no honor. It really, because it's not imbued into our culture that way. It's this thing that kind of like brewed up over like a short period of time. Unlike in Japan, where it's been part of their mentality and culture for a very, very long time. So we can't really compare that. But this notion of I'm going to sacrifice myself, and that's the honorable thing to do. And I don't know if you guys ever did anything to do with life saving, but the first rule is save yourself.
Yep.
Because you cannot help anybody.
You can't help anybody. You got to put the life. Yep. You got to put the life preserver around you first before you try to help other people. And I think what we have taken is like, let's say we're in a foxhole, right, Justin? And I see guy got you dead to rights. He got you in his scope, and I push you to knock you out of the way. I take the bullet. That's sacrifice. We have taken away the meaning of that sacrifice, that brotherly love sacrifice in battle or in arms, to mean that we must die on our swords for women, you know, because it's the honorable, it's the manly thing to do. No,
well,
I'm not dying on my sword for anybody that doesn't deserve it.
Right. I think there's something intrinsic within men, right? It's like when we see something fucked up, right? Like when there was like a massive blackout, or during 9/11 here in New York, like men just ran towards the shit. I mean, not everybody, but that's what you would see. You'd see men running towards cars, pulling people out. Right, men, there's a burning building, guys running into buildings to pull people out. Like, it's just within us. It snaps on and we go. That's part of our nature, I think, or a large part of the male population.
Yeah, some men.
I think what happened is that, well, whether they're capable or not, I think that they might feel it. You know, some people's string is drawn more robust than others. Some people have this dainty little thread inside them, but it's still there. That's at least just a belief of mine. But I think what happened was that culture kind of took a hold of that, like Disney, and they warped it and they used it towards other. They kind of transmuted it into something else. Yeah. Let's use this towards women, and that's not really what it's for.
Well, I mean, it's the caricature of everything, right? Like an alpha, you know, people think alpha is like some like really interesting thing, when it really is just somebody that knows what to do and take cares of shit. You know, that's it. I mean, it's the simplest thing ever. And you know, people, I don't know. I have a unique perspective on it.
I don't even think that's alpha. I think alpha is the guy that doesn't give a fuck about anything else, and he's just going to do what he wants to do.
See, you and I've had that discussion before, and you know how I think that like you and I have had a long discussion, Glenn, which we don't need to revisit here. But you know, my point of view is that men should marry once. They shouldn't marry for pussy. They absolutely should not marry because you're looking at a hot bitch. If sex is the basis of the relationship, you've lost. You will be divorced at some point. You are going to lose. You have fucked up by the numbers. If the only reason you're marrying that woman is because she makes your pee-pee hard, you fucked up. There's so many other more important things.
I would agree with you. I would absolutely agree with you that's
so many more important things to a marriage. Now remember, Glenn, you and I, Justin doesn't know, but you and I've had this conversation where I didn't think that I was ever going to get married. Right? I was actually resigned to the idea that I was going to be the confirmed bachelor, and I was just going to bang a bunch of women for my whole entire life and play with my toys and keep my airplanes and boats and shit. But
hold on, Greg, hold that thought. I want to get this super chat.
Yeah.
The Raging Patriot says, "Oh, I didn't forget the other side of the fence to the causes for Men's Mental Health Month, along with Veterans Month. No pride here. Keep it. Thank you, Raging Patriot."
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying. So you're saying about being a bachelor.
So I was ready to just be a bachelor, and just not be a married guy. But there came a point in my life where I dated someone and I thought, man, this is nice. I could get used to this. I could actually see myself married. And then I made a conscious decision to get married, and I got married. But I did it, and I wasn't looking for a piece of pussy. I was looking for an actual woman that wanted to be married, that understood what it was about to some degree. Obviously, you can't know everything going in, and passed all of the qualifications, mentally, physically, all of it that I had. I had a set of standards, and I made sure that she met them. And I think that men don't fucking do that. They just don't. They think with their dick, and then they live with what they end up with. And
let me ask you this, Greg, because you had two. I mean, well, first let me get to this. Viking Paradigm comes with $2 super chat. Goes, women will act as shitty as you allow them to be. Facts.
That's right. You
Grid were engaged 2 other times.
I was.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And those didn't turn out the way you wanted them to.
No,
right?
And they actually convinced me that I was going to be that I wasn't meant to be married because the
second one,
the first one, her mom passed, right?
Yeah,
and there's just no coming back, right? Like no amount of talking, no amount of hugging, none of that. It was, just her life just went to shit right away. The second one, she flipped her car and
she went crazy.
She went fucking nuts, dude. She became like a missionary. She did all this shit, man. I was like, what the hell? And so I thought, honestly, and I normally, and I've only said this to you, Glenn, and I'll say it publicly. I honestly thought God was sending me a message that, okay, you can have the pussy, but you are not getting married, motherfucker.
So he said God condoned your cum.
God's like, no, you are not getting married.
Let me ask you this question, because in those, when you were younger, in those 2 engagements, right? Did you have the same standard or metric that you were looking for in your wife that you have today?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, I refined it a little bit over the years.
Not. You say maybe not entirely.
I mean, I refined it a little bit over the years because I aged. But
okay, so you learned some things, you experienced some things.
But it wasn't really the main difference was age, right? When I was 21, I dated 21-year-olds, and so when I was 35, I dated 21-year-olds because that's just I tried to date in my age range when I was looking for marriage, but most of the women that I was dating had been married, sometimes a couple of times. They had more baggage than Southwest Airlines, and I just couldn't deal with it. It just wasn't any point in dealing. I wasn't going to deal with it. I know myself pretty well, and I knew that if I got heavily involved with any of those women, it was going to end badly, like probably with me in jail or something. And I don't like jail. I don't like the idea of jail. I don't want it. I don't ever want to visit there. So, I just decided that the best thing for me, marry one time and look for the things that that appealed to me, and not listen to the society and why are you dating this woman that's 11 years younger than me? Because I like her, and she rocks. She's what I'm looking for in a woman. So no, actually, I don't think my standards changed. Maybe I added a few qualifications, like
That's what I'm saying. That there was
added a few qualifications, like I didn't really, or maybe I deleted a couple. I didn't really care if she had a degree, but obviously my wife did. I didn't really care. There were things that I changed because my circumstances changed, right? Like when I was in college, I thought, well, I want somebody that's going to be be as successful as I am. And then as I aged, I was like, I don't give a fuck if she's successful. It just needs to be the right fit. You know what I mean? Like personality wise, not dick to pussy ratio.
Personality, mentality.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about get your guys' opinion on this sort of thing. Now I have my own opinion on this, but what are you guys' thoughts on how many men do you think, or maybe in a percentage, do you think are actually suited for marriage, or
how many
qualified
men?
To yes, like a percent, if you could put a percentage on it, or like a 1 in 10, or something along those lines, or you can go general, like most, some, very few, none.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
How many men do you think are suitable or well equipped, or I don't know?
Oh, to be married, or to
be married? Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's a lot. I think it's very little. Today, in today's,
it's a tough question to answer.
I think so. So here's the thing: if you're asking if we're going to go to more patriarchal way of thinking, where you have man head of the household, provider,
no, just a snapshot of today's men.
Oh,
between
ages today's men to do it the right way, or today to do it today's way.
Between 25 and 40, like the mentality of the men today. Do you think they're prepared to be married?
I think we have maybe 10%.
Well, I have an interesting take on this. First of all, I don't know if I could come up with a percentage, but I have an interesting take on this, Justin. I'd like your opinion on it. So I believe that if you're going to have a successful marriage, you either get married young, 18, go through the struggle of building a life together and understand each other's personalities. And maybe you went to school together for half your life or whatever, and you really know that person. Because getting to know someone enough to marry them, to me, it seems like there's a lot there to I mean, I can't imagine somebody gets married in their 20s after like 6 months. I just can't even, that doesn't process for me.
Sure.
But I think that once a man gets to the age of about 22, 23 in that area, where he needs to go out on his own, he needs to build an empire, he needs to gain some knowledge, he's got to work hard and grow into his life. If he gets married in that age range, I think they get divorced very soon after, because women are a lot of time, they consume resources, all of that. And women in that age range just tend to not have the maturity level to understand what real work is that men have to put in. And I've watched countless men get divorced because they don't pay attention to their woman enough. Well, why? Because they're in the office, 10, 12 hours a day trying to become a success, right? And so I think if you're not married by the time you're in that age range, don't get married. Wait until you're in your 30s, where you're established, you have some experience, you've lived you've lived a life, and you can kind of throttle back a little bit and actually get married and give the woman the attention that they feel like they need. And
that sounds more like a logistic angle to it, and I get that. But like with Viking's comment that he put up.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry, I'm in another.
You cheered it on, right? He
said
the
one where he says women will treat you as shitty as a man will let them.
Yeah, right.
And you really applauded that. Okay, so now think of the foundational mindset in order for that type of thinking to exist naturally.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have the life preserver mentality where I respect myself first, and then I respect.
But I'm saying that it exists naturally, not something that you picked up as a soundbite on YouTube and you're feeling all big chested. This is part of how you actually are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
The foundational mentality where the phrase like that just comes about. Like, yeah, of course. Why would I allow a woman to treat me poorly? That makes no sense at all. Right. So how many men, like what you're talking about, have that sort of mental foundation? Because I think that's
I don't think very many
for a marriage to be successful.
So I agree. And it's funny because I said about 10-15%, right? I think of men that are marriageable, that would be good, husbands and wives or husbands. Aaron Clary's book, I think the percentage of marriageable women was like 5%. And so that would kind of correlate. So the average of marriageable women and marriageable men are relatively low on both sides.
I'm not sure about that on the women's perspective, angle, because they are reflective, responsive creatures. So it makes sense to one degree, because if they're surrounded by 90% of dudes who are not like that, what we were just discussing, then, and if they are,
it's still irrelevant. It would be irrelevant.
If they're surrounded by emotional, judgmental, erratic, loser types. Okay, and then they're going to reflect off of that energy. Are they surrounded by strong, foundational, grounded men on a large scale? Hell no.
I think that's still irrelevant to the fact that right now, if there's only 5% of women that would be marriageable, that could go into a marriage with one of those maybe 10 to 15% of guys that'll work, it's still relevant regardless of the surrounding, because it's still the individual, right? Today's men are weak because of the surrounding, and it will still be his fault if the marriage fails.
Yeah,
because it's still him that has to make the change. It would still be her that would have to make the change as well to make it work. So, that's where I'm saying it's on both sides.
And I think what I'm saying, Glenn, is
women have it easier to lead if there's under a good leadership. They're going to adapt. They're going to adapt way easier than the guy would adapt, I think.
That's what I'm saying. And if there's a very small percentage of guys, then it makes sense that there's a small percentage of women who are marriageable.
That's what I was getting at. That's the whole reflection of if the guys are not marriageable, then you have small women percentage. It kind of makes sense why, because there's not enough men that could be good husbands,
create that fathers. Influence.
Yes, that's what. Yeah, I was just showing the correlation.
I think historically, you've had large numbers of men who didn't get married because of wars. They died. They were exploring. They were gone for long periods, or sailors or whatever, gone for long periods of time. That sort of thing. So I think it's it's a hard question to answer, because I think that all men have the potential to be married and have a happy life. I think that the men that can be successful at it, or will be successful at it, I think the percentage is very low, mainly because especially now, and mainly because I think that society has become very transactional, a little bit.
It's always been transactional, though.
Yeah, but I think we're seeing a level of transactionalism that we haven't seen before. Or let me rephrase. It's not just that it's transactional; it's that it's a very one-way street. Because obviously, arranged marriages are transactional, right? And those are some of the most successful marriages in history. Even up to today, they're very successful. However, the transactional, when I say transactional, what I mean now currently, I think that it's a one-way, it's much more often a one-way street than an actual transactional marriage. So I don't disagree with you that there's more of it. I just think that it's not.
What do you mean by one-way? What do you mean by one-way street?
It's a one-way street in that men provide resources and women sort of accept them, and they really do not reciprocate beyond just sex, which is not really enough for resources, to be honest. I just not to demean sex. I think sex is okay. I think sex is great. I love it. My wife and I are, I had kids 10 years apart, so obviously we never stopped. But
right.
Well, I mean, if they were 10 months apart, I'd be like, you're humping like rabbits. 10 years apart.
It's funny because, and I didn't know this. So I did not know this. After my son was born, the doctor was like, hey, we were going to put you on I told my wife, well, you're going to put you on birth control. My wife had never been on birth control. We're going to put you on birth control because you're like super likely to have a kid in the next 9 or 10, or, get pregnant again next 9 or 10 months. So that kind of saved her a little bit, I guess. But at any rate, the transaction that I get out of my marriage is that I provide safety, resources, security, all of that. My wife provides me children. My wife provides me peace. My wife provides me many other things. But the sex is on the bottom of that scale of things.
Peace is what you provide. She just doesn't fuck it up, right? Like,
I mean,
a woman can't bring a man peace. She just can't fuck up his peace. It's a you responsibility.
Yeah, she just can't get in the way.
Yeah, and maybe she helps facilitate it to some degree. I'm much more calm.
You help facilitate the environment so that your peace could
I'm much more
thrive,
calm with my wife around. And again, I used to tell my employees
because I can't rub my own feet.
Yeah, after I got married, I told my employees that they should thank my wife every time they see her, because she calmed me down and made me way easier to be around day to day, and it was very funny. So
I want to get to the solution part to this.
Sure, yeah. Let's move on.
Let me start. I have a monologue here that I want to read that I wrote for the solution part. Okay, and this is just my own personal solution part to this. So let me break something down real clear for you fellas. The red pill might have been your wake-up call, but establishing a dominant masculine presence, well, that's your transformation. See, a lot of dudes get stuck. They find the red pill, they binge the content, start quoting, stats about hypergamy, female nature, like they discovered the gospel. But you know what they don't do? They don't build, they don't lead, they don't evaluate, and they don't evaluate. They sit around raging about the system, blaming women, coping with bitterness like it's some badge of masculinity. That's not strength. That soft rage in a tough tone.
All right, so I'm muted
but
over on the
when
other channel.
a man develops a dominant masculine presence, everything changes.
You're right about this, EOD.
You stop waiting for respect and become
service people, and I feel bad for them.
You stop yelling about being alpha and move like a king. Your presence announces you before you even speak. People feel it. Your woman will feel it. Your kids will feel it. The room shifts. You want to be a better leader? Then stop reacting like a boy and start responding like a man with vision. DMP gives you clarity, emotional regulation, strategic foresight, calm aggression. But you become the man others look at and look up to when shit hits the fan. Not the one screaming in the corner blaming female nature. You want to be a better husband? Then stop expecting submission from a woman when you can't even lead your damn self. A man with DMP walks with a mission. He is anchored, grounded. His woman follows not because she has to, but because she wants to. Respect becomes the love language. You want to be a better father? Then stop outsourcing masculinity to YouTube personalities. Be the man your son wants to emulate. Your daughter wants to know how to recognize. DMP doesn't just change your house. It breaks the generational curses. Your presence will echo through your bloodline. The red pill exposed the game, but the dominant masculine presence, it teaches you how to win it. I'm not here to coddle weak men or glorify male victimhood. I'm here to remind you that masculinity isn't about staying mad. It's about mastery. Master your emotions, mastery over your mind, mastery over your body, mastery over your mission. The red pill keeps you stuck in rage. The dominant masculine presence will set you free. So you could choose your path, my friends. You could be the angry guy voice lost in the algorithm, or you could be a man who rebuilds himself, rebuilds his family, and walks like a fucking storm with peace on his chest. Presence isn't optional. It is standard. And if you ain't walking in it, you're just another loudmouth waiting to be forgotten.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, I've always had that a similar sentiment towards the red pill, as I noticed that it drew people in and it just kept them there. There was no graduation. There was no, please move on. You know what's going on, and so exit the premises. It just said stay here. And then the content never got new. It's just churning the same shit over and over and over again. And so it's kind of like having people's pain and their scabs reopened again and again and again. And people love that shit. It becomes an addiction. This rage pain. And so for that, I've started to catalog the red pill as a cult. Because if you look at the criteria for cults, it follows a lot of the same stuff. Not everything.
I think they have turned it into one.
Yeah,
I think
this is just what happens when people have obsessive viewpoints about certain things, and it's just really not healthy. And the thing is about the path of man is that it's solitary. It's completely solitary, and the only pathway through it is in the mirror. And that's where your ego lies. And you have to learn to submit that ego, right? Like in, say, like an MMA fight, like where you're submitting your opponent, like you have to do that to your ego. And in there is your fear, is your pain, is your trauma, is your warped sense of self-perception, whether it's really overblown and you think you're the fucking shit, or it's below than what it should be. Right? It's not just clear and concise vision of just like, oh, this is who I am. And having just a very plain and neutral view of oneself. People are like, it's like guys that go fishing and they're like, oh yeah, it was like a 10-foot fish. You know what I mean? And they're always overblowing shit and not really looking at things as they are. And that's part of the problem. But the path of man has to do with really stark honesty with oneself. Mm-hmm. And it's not easy. And I think that's why there's not a lot of men in the world. You have a shit ton of males, but there's very few men.
No, I agree. I think there's very few men, and that's for multiple reasons. We have conditioned it out. We have shamed it out of men, and not only that, we have raised men to be defected women, to the point where like that masculinity, that man, that the things that we like about men that are men, we have trained out of them. You know, we nurtured it out of them, or suppressed it out. You know, suppressed it to the point where we don't see it. We don't see those traits.
Well, I think it's incumbent upon oneself to not blame, right? And say, oh, well, society did this to me, right? Well, pull up your fucking pants, wipe your nose, and take care of your own shit. Like,
yes, but
stop complaining. Stop saying I was conditioned. Like at some point,
but if you didn't know, what I'm saying is, once you get to the point when you realize, like, you're like, oh shit, I'm just not doing this right, and then you kind of get that just click in your head that I'm going to try something different.
But you're saying before that,
yeah. So I'm saying, like, as you're a kid, you don't know this. You're just taking on what you're being absorbed and taught by your surroundings, and you're thinking that what you're being taught is correct. So when you act it out as you're older and you're like, this shit ain't working. Okay, well, fuck, I've been taught this my whole life. Okay, got to get rid of it. Now I got to learn something else.
Let's hope that God does what he needs to do in order to make that happen. Like that's what happened in my life. It was sign after sign after sign after sign. And I'm not particularly a religious or even a spiritual person, but that's kind of how I understood it. And it was kind of like I was ignoring all of the little signs. And he's like, you know what, boys, he's just not getting it. And so the rug was just ripped out from underneath me. And I landed hard on my ass. And I go, oh, there I am. There's the real me. And I had to see myself like in my shadow and my faults and just objectively just like who I am at that moment in time. And it was rough. It was really rough to see who I was. And like it was a terrible realization, but it was the best shitty thing that ever happened to me.
See, for me, I think it was the opposite. I was the guy that I wanted to be. And I remember over the course of the marriage, until it got to the point where I initiated the divorce 14 years later, I remember looking at myself and I'm like, I'm a shell of who I was. The reflection wasn't even the same. Like it seemed like, you know, I couldn't recognize myself for all the conditioning that I was told that I need to be a good husband. You got to do these things, happy wife, servant leader, you know, from the church and everything else. So over time, I'm like, who have I become? Like, I don't even recognize the person I see in the mirror. And yeah, it took me to saying, you know what, I'm doing away with this and I'm doing something different. I'm not here to serve or please or, you know, appeal to anybody. I'm living my life. I'm going to go down my road and not doing it for anybody else but for me. And I think a lot of guys got to get to that point and understand that if you're doing anything to gain a woman, or you're doing it to secure a woman, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Now,
what does for you fellas that know the Bible well, what does it say about lust?
Well, it says a lot of things about lust.
Really?
Well, let me get this super chat real quick.
Well, I guess in terms of like relationships and marriage.
Okay, well, I'll get to that. The Briar Wolf comes in with a $50 super chat. He goes, I appreciate this conversation. Much respect to the guys for having these hard talks. I think we can all agree the solution going forward for our children and their children someday is the most important thing. Absolutely. It doesn't matter really how we got here, although I think we need to be aware of how we got here so we don't repeat those mistakes, right? But moving forward, the solution, we have to agree with, not necessarily agree to the solution, but we have to agree to find the solution, and agree that there needs to be a solution, and there is a solution. There may be multiple solutions, but we need to be dedicated to the solution as men. And men are solution based.
And I think that has to be just focused on seeing yourself as the solution. Like not going, oh, I'm hoping that the family court laws will change. And
no, change them.
get things sorted out. No, I'm saying is like establish yourself in such a way that you have greater influence, right? Because it's like, says now this is a racy thing to say, but I like what we were saying about how a lot of guys are just not well prepared to be in marriages. They don't have the mentality. They don't have the dominant masculine presence. They don't have the influence over the people around them, such that treachery isn't even a thought in their mind. Right? That it would hurt, it would break their own hearts to even consider such a thing. And I don't think guys even understand how to cultivate that in other people.
Yeah. And because I don't think there's enough men around even willing to, guys, we do better than women when it comes to mentoring the next generation. We have this desire to help them. Right? We see a young guy, fucking up, and we'll be like, hey, come under my wing. Let me give you some wisdom, young man. Women don't do that, but we don't have enough men, good men, doing that as well these days, because it's too much of a risk. And they're like, I'm going to get shitted on. They're going to come at me. Then I'm not going to be able to do me. Right. It's that survival thing. Like, well, it's better just be the gray man, lay below the radar. Don't bring any attention to yourself, and that's a defeatist mentality,
always comes in from Chuck.
I wanted to play a clip from
work in progress,
Dr. O'Brien, what's his name, from Psychax. This came out the other day.
I can't stand that guy. He's such a snake.
You think Dr. O'Brien Taraban is a snake?
Oh, it's not a think, it's a no. I know a guy behind the scenes who had some stuff going on between him and Orion, and this dude is an absolute snake.
Well, I guess even a snake can say right things. So I wanted to get you guys' opinions on. I want to get you guys' opinions on his breakdown of why marriages fail. Because we know what the problem is, but if we don't know all the mechanisms of the problem, we need to be to problem solve. You need to know all the factors that are contributing, so you could be more like an engineer and tweak the problems, tweak it, and make some adjustments to fix the problem. So this is what Dr. Orion Taraban says.
It's in people's way more often than it helps them to find satisfying relationship partners.
You had a really good Kurt Vonnegut quote on that. Do you remember the one I'm referring to?
I think so, because I love Kurt Vonnegut. Little side note, Kurt Vonnegut got me through one of my heartbreaks when I was in my 20s. One of the things that I've done in heartbreak moments is I'll pick an author that I like that seems to resonate with how I'm feeling in that moment, and I'll just read his entire work. So I've done that for a few different authors in my life, and Kurt Vonnegut is one of them. I love his blend of cynicism and worldliness with his sincerity and idealism. He's a fascinating author. I wish I could have met him. He's great. And so I think I only quote Vonnegut in one of my episodes, and it's from one of his lesser known collection of essays. I think it's called God Bless You, Dr. Kevorkian. And he talks about how the reason that marriage fails is functionally that you are not enough people. That back in the day, people lived in tribes and they married into extended kin networks. And so when a man married a woman, he didn't just get a woman, he got all of these male relatives that he could do things with. And when a woman married a man, she didn't just get a man, she got all these female relatives that she could talk to. Because that's really what men want. They want people to do things with, and women want people to talk to. And nowadays, we don't have that extended tribal system or that kinship network. And so you just get one other person. A man gets one other person to do something with, but it's a woman. And a woman gets one other person to talk to, but it's a man. And so there's this kind of fundamental mismatch where we kind of expect men sometimes expect the woman to be like their buddy. And women sometimes expect their husband or their boyfriend to be their girlfriend. And that's not what we're here to do. And in point of fact, throughout most of human history, men and women have not really spent a lot of time together. Men during the day were often with other men. Maybe they were off hunting, sometimes for days or weeks at a time. Women were generally with other women and the children, tending to the home front, cooking, doing handicrafts, and just socializing, basically. And that's changed significantly with the collapse down into the nuclear family. And not only are you, my partner, supposed to be an entire village, you're supposed to fulfill every role of that village. You're supposed to be my therapist and my teacher and my cheerleader and my sexy mistress playmate and my drinking buddy and my golf partner and my co-business owner. And it's like, that's too many things. And when people, I made a video about this a long time ago. Every time you say the word "and," the likelihood that you get what you want decreases significantly. So "and" is expensive. I mean, just think about it like this. If you're only attracted to 1 out of 10 people, and you think that 1 out of 20 people are intelligent, if you want someone who's attractive and intelligent, that means 1 out of 200 people. And what's the likelihood that person is single, available, and also interested in you? So if you just say "and" a few times, even if you are in a major metropolitan center like New York, there might only be on the average of like 10,000 to 20,000 people who meet all of those criteria. And a lot of them will be spoken for, and a lot of them won't be interested in you. So you say "and" 5 times, and you're functionally looking for a needle in a haystack in the middle of a city full of people that you could have.
All right, so I'm going to read this. It's $10 from Chuck in Tennessee. Marriage is a work in progress, not a trophy or destination. If you just use sex as a barometer, you have lost from the jump. Speaking from just celebrating 44 years of marriage, awesome, good on you, Chuck.
I lived in New York for about 11 years in the early 2000s, right when dating apps were starting to become more mainstream. I remember back then, I was an early adapter of dating apps. I thought they were interesting. But I remember back in the day, there was still a stigma about them, like only losers were on dating apps, people who couldn't get a girlfriend or a boyfriend in real life. And it's interesting because like Manhattan was Tinder before Tinder existed.
So what do you guys think about that? The reason why you say marriage is not working is because we're putting more on the plate of our spouses than we should be. We're having them to wear multiple hats, and instead of just being a wife or just being a husband, they are your business partner, your drinking buddy, your therapist, all these things. What do you guys think about that?
I think that sometimes that works out. I know people like that. I know people that they do literally everything together. They're always, going on some cool hike, or they're, on some trip together. They're out at some bar together, all just doing stuff. And for some people that works. For my wife and I, that does not work. We don't even work in the same room. Right? Like I have my desk in my office, and she has her desk in her office. And, even when we're working together, we're not together, right? Like, because otherwise our home time isn't our home time, right? Like, cause it's in it. You're just an extension of your daily business, and that sucks. Nobody wants that. So I think it works. I mean, for some people, sure, that works. For some other people, it doesn't. I just don't think that any of this means anything, right? Like I honestly, I listen to that guy. It's the most boring thing I've heard. Honestly, it's the most boring thing I've heard all night, because it's so irrelevant to reality that I just don't care. The reality is absolutely some people can be alone together and never even talk to other people, because that's who they are. So you marry the person or you should marry the person that fits you the best. And if you're honest with yourself, you do a good job. And if you're dishonest with yourself and all you're really out for is for a good piece of pussy and a big set of tits, you're probably going to fucking fail. I'm sorry.
Yeah, as far as marriage goes, for sure, especially if there's other things to be built. I've already, created my legacy. So right now, a pair of tits and ass and a quiet personality is all I need. Amongst some other things, of course, there's got to be some sort of synergy, but yeah, I guess it all just depends on your aims. But I just found it really funny. He kept saying partner. That right there just shows me he's got the wrong mentality to begin with. But that aside, yeah. But that aside, I think that the once again, I get what he's coming from, where like there was this communal thing, but that was a long fucking time ago. Like he's talking like tribal eras. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you go back to like America,
right? Yeah,
you go back to America, thing. Like 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. It's like no, there was there might have been like some social network and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's the husband and the wife.
One thing
there
that
was no.
I'm sorry, group. I thought you were.
No, yeah, no. So I don't think there was this group thing going on. I don't know where he's getting that from. Like comparing like tribal cultures to what we have now. I think that's just ridiculous.
I think so what I've seen and what I'm drawing from it is that I live in LA. I know a lot of there's multicultural out here. I know families that live in a mansion and they all contribute. There's the mom and dad. There's the brother and the sister, and what also culture? They're like Indians. There's Asians that do this too. Where like they live under the same roof, or they'll buy a property together, and they all live, and there's their community. But
that makes sense to what I was asking. Like the culture plays a huge role.
Yeah. So I mean, to say that it's not possible today, it is possible to do that, but we have such a got to do it alone, got to make it on our own mentality.
That's how America was formed.
Yeah,
said,
and I'm saying
everybody, this is my plot of land. I'm gonna stake it out. I'm gonna claim it, and I'm gonna defend it by myself.
Yeah, and I think that's great. At the same time, I also think that there's things from other cultures that we could actually adapt, that could actually produce and promote more family unity. Like togetherness. If you have that, I mean, my friends that have they're Indian, right? Their cousins, all live right there. So when they need childcare, they're not putting out their kid, on to somebody.
They're not putting grandma in a home either.
Yeah, grandma, right there.
Yeah. So the one I lost volume.
What?
I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. All right, for some reason, it sounded like Glenn just shut. I'm sorry.
Because he interrupted me. And I was like, okay, I'll be quiet, Grid.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The one thing I think
my elders
people miss. Oh, okay. Pull the old card. I got you. The one thing I think people miss is that my wife is not some woman. My wife is my family, right? Like the reason that I can't even conceive of divorcing my wife is because she's my family. She's not some person I spend time with, right? And I think that a lot of people just they get into this partner and all of these other terms that dance around the idea that person should become your family, and it, for me, my cult, my background, family above all, right? So I don't know, man. I'm kind of with Mr. Justin on that. I didn't like that guy's take, but I'm sorry.
You may view it that way, Grid. Like your wife is your family. And that's very true. She's your family because that's your spouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
deeper than that,
you can't force other people to adopt the same mentality.
Like you can select people. You can select people that hold the same values. When I married my wife,
hold on. Let me finish that. Yes, they may have that value, but people's value systems can change. Their opinions on things do change over time, and so you could use that to vet for them in the beginning, but then after you vetted for them in the beginning, you can't do anything about their values changing unless you're gonna, divorce them later. That's the only thing you have to worry about is that. And I'm just saying, vetting is great, but vetting does not foolproof anything.
Unfortunately, I can't play the what if game because I could step off
I'm just saying,
sidewalk tomorrow and get hit by a bus.
Well, I'm just saying you can do the best possible you can vet. You can vet as much as you want, but first you got to vet yourself. In my opinion, are you capable of being the man that you need to be, or that you want to be, or that you are, and still be able to reach your goals, taking on this responsibility of being a husband. I don't think many guys vet themselves for marriage. I really don't think they do. I agree
with that. 100%.
I don't think enough guys do that, right? And I think you're right. I think most guys, you know, they like the woman,
shiny object.
They like her around. You know, they really like the sex, but what they fail to, you know, really grasp is, are you in the position, or even do you even want to take on the role and the responsibility that comes with what this next step is called marriage? Because you may be a great boyfriend, but you may be a shitty husband, because at that moment in life, you're not ready to take on the additional responsibility that is required to be a husband, you know? And I think a lot of guys need to vet themselves, but they're too busy vetting the woman. Like, this woman, is she marriageable? Well, are you marriageable?
That's why I don't vet, I train.
Well, that's the difference. See,
right, and
because it goes back to what Viking was talking about, right? But like allowing you basically teach people or train people how to treat you, how to show up on a day-to-day basis. Okay, like, you know, Grid, you're a business owner, right? You have employees. You've trained them how to think, how to show up, how to speak, how to perform from day one. And they're continuously being trained and continuously being vetted, because if they slip, they get a warning, they get a correction. And if it doesn't work, they're let go.
Right.
And this mentality is never taken on as a man. It's not never, but it's extremely rare. Where they say, I'm taking responsibility for how people behave in my environment, especially people I'm bringing into my circle. And they think, oh, she should be able to do this on her own. No, you have to teach people, especially women, how to treat you.
Well, you do teach them, either whether you acknowledge it or not.
That's true. The man is always leading.
Either passively or, you know,
yes,
you know, you still treat them. You teach them.
Yes, that's true. A man is always leading.
Well, so again, a lot of this goes back to your own selection criteria as well, right? Like, I didn't want to. I said when I was looking, when I decided to get married, and I made that conscious decision that, hey, I'm going to start looking for wife material. I did try my own age group, but again, the flaw, you know, just the damage. You can, untrainable, as you would say. I didn't think of it in that term at the time, but certainly that was my conclusion, whether I put the words to it or not. And that's why I went to some degree. That's why I went younger. I wanted someone that was capable of accepting the same worldview as me, and had a very initially at least a similar or potentially similar worldview.
Right, so that there's the adjustment isn't too
it isn't too much, right? And another key is I really wanted someone, and I think a lot of people don't really vet for or train or whatever, however you want to look at it. They don't perceive this as a massive criteria, but I really wanted someone who was not only interested in their success, but obviously was, you know, driven to some degree. Now, that was my personal criteria, but also was comfortable with my success. Because one of the reasons actually that I knew my wife was probably going to work out is the first date went well and everything. The next date that we went on was to the racetrack for the weekend, so that she could see what I did for work and understand that I'm not going there to go to strip clubs and, you know, boff pit babes in the trailer. It's hard work. I get, you know, it's a competitive environment. It's business. It's my job. And because obviously a lot of women, I would say, hey, I've got to go to work this weekend. I'm going to whatever track, and I'll be gone, from, Wednesday till Tuesday, and I'll see you when I get back. And, you leave a woman that long, the thoughts that they can come up with and convince themselves of is truly epic. They should write novels. And
real quick, Red, hold on, real quick. I gotta get this. $50 to chat from Mr. Boulay. He goes, men, teach your sons the value of work. An honest job is a good job. First job, fry cook. Be the best at it. McDonald's store managers can make 6 figures, no degree needed. So don't forget to wash that fry funk. Where you at there, camera? There you go. With tactical soap from Grondike Soap Company. You get the link in the description to get your own. All right.
Awesome. But yeah, so I knew that one of the first things that had to happen was she had to see what I did and be comfortable with that, because otherwise it was never going to work. It was just never going to work. I could not come home after a weekend of working my ass off and have to listen to someone ask me if I'd gone to the strip club, accuse me of banging other women or whatever. And there was no way I would put up with that. And I don't think that enough men really vet, train, whatever. I think that she gets my pee-pee wet. That's all I care about.
No, I always say wives don't come pre-assembled. You got to build a bitch.
That's true.
Yeah. I do vet, though. I actually have a very simple 5 criteria for it when meeting somebody new. And it's very simple. So the first one is there needs to be some sort of mutual sexual attraction. Okay. That's got to be
obviously.
There, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
so you're saying that sex is important?
No, attraction has to be there.
Okay, sexual attraction has to be important.
The attraction, yes, the pull to that magnetic pull. Okay, call it chemistry, whatever. Enthusiasm. She must be enthusiastic. I can't stand somebody who wants to drag their feet through life, and they have a whole hum, whatever sort of mentality. Can't fucking stand it. The third one is open-minded. If they've got a closed mind, a fixed mind, they just don't have the ability to see things from a different angle, I don't want to deal with it. And then that leads to being coachable, right? They have to be able to learn things from me. They have to be coachable. And then the last one is curiosity. I have a curious mind. I want to know how things work. I want to know why things work. I look at the world this way. I look at myself this way. And she needs to look at me this way. So it's like you can tell if she's on you, she's asking you questions, and it's not like detective type questions. Like she wants to just know shit about you, such that she can do things that are in that vein. Like she'll remember that like your favorite ice cream is fucking green tea matcha ice cream, and she'll fucking get that shit or like make it for you. You know what I'm saying? It's like that kind of curiosity. Not trying to be, Detective Crusoe.
So I'm working on this book, right? For Thor. And this is one thing that he wanted to do before he died. He wanted to, talk about what he calls the elegant feminine presence. These are characteristics and traits that over time that we have seen that are wifey material, that we see that these women that are in long-term relationships that last a lifetime, right? These are the characteristics and traits that these women tend to exhibit and display. And so he wanted to write a book on it, and I'm collaborating with GM McCool and his daughter Ashley on this book. And I decided to come up with a quiz, like a questionnaire for women to kind of see like if they see how they answer these questions, and to see where they land. Like how, if they were honestly answering them, honestly, do they actually have what it takes to be considered wifey material? Because these are the common characteristics that we see in successful relationships. And I'm going to throw it in the chat here for the ladies that want to take the test. You take the quiz, fill it out. And some of them, for the most part, I will say, they fall like right in between just under. They're just under what I would consider is like, a workable score, right? And they're just like there's a few minor tweaks that need to be made, or they just need to adjust their worldview or their paradigm, like the way that they see things. Because a lot of them will land that I've had, the tests that I've gotten so far, a lot of them will land right around the 89 points. They'll be like 88, 89, or 87. And that's a pretty decent score, but it's right below below them is the modern feminine confusion score. And then above them is the high value woman in progress score. So like the majority of the women that have taken this test have kind of fallen in that in between modern feminist, wifey material. And they're right here, and they could do a little bit to bump up to get to that next level, but they seem to be kind of right there in this kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like purgatory. They're not in hell. They're not a ravaged feminist, but they're also not wifey material. They're kind of just.
Now, Glenn, I don't mean to rain on your parade, but what do you think the chances are that these questions or the questionnaires are being answered with 100% honesty?
Oh, probably not.
Right.
Actually, well, you know what? One. I know one, two for certain were answered 100% honesty, because one of them was Michelle's, and she did it on the phone with me, and I'm like, you better change that score. And so,
but I would say still, like, just generally speaking, that you're probably not going to get real answers, because women tend to gaslight themselves. They're masters at it. Okay, so even when the questions are anonymous, right? Even these quizzes are completely anonymous, they will still do it because the what do you hear on social media that like accountability is kryptonite to women? Okay, honesty is linked with accountability. So if one has a problem with accountability, someone has a problem with honesty, which has a problem with how one relates to their own identity. Right? They're all tied together. Okay. So if one part is warped, they're all warped.
Yeah.
Right? They have to exist together as a warped unit. So you're never going to really get much out of a questionnaire like this. Right. So this is why I think it's important to just like look at the behavior. And if she's able to follow directions and do so with a smile on her face, like pleasantly, and is wondering, how can I do more? Then that is an indication, right? I think
two for certain were answered 100% honesty,
or it can
because one of them was. Oh yeah,
that's just my opinion.
And I just thought it was interesting because I wanted to actually hear what women say, and if some of these women I know, and some of these women I don't know. I just wanted to see what the pulse is, like how bad is the delusion, right? But back to the problem solving aspect of it. I think one of the biggest problems that men need to address for themselves is problem solving like a man and not like a woman. Okay, men and women address problems differently. Okay, okay, so it's like we are more different than we are alike, right? So when we know that men and women they don't problem solve the same way, we need to realize that the way that they approach them are going to be different, and how that difference is and how a man masculine is going to approach it different than a woman they're more emotional, right? For example, like men fix, women feel. Okay, when your woman comes to you with a problem, you're like, all right, I want to fix it. Women wants to feel the problem. They want to be validated. Masculine problem solving is linear. It's outcome driven and it's solution focused. When women problem solving, it's relational. It's process oriented. It's emotionally validating. All right. And when you get a lot of these guys in the red pill space these days, we're hearing them want to be validated about their ex-girlfriend or the problem that they're dealing with women, they don't like me. With 80% or women don't see 80% of us guys as attractive. Okay, like they want us to feel their problem, and instead of here's the solution, fix the problem, work on these things, level yourself up, get yourself into a position to where that's no longer an issue for you. Instead, what we see is a lot of guys addressing problem solving like women. Here's a perfect example. Like a man hears, oh, the car won't start. So what does he do? He grabs his jumper cables and he goes addresses the problem. A woman says, the car won't start. I'm so stressed out. She wants empathy before the solution. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know how that feels. I hear you, girl. Like, that's emotional. They want this emotional validating, and we're seeing guys adopting to that behavior, right? We're seeing men mirroring women's emotional, problem solving approach rather than being the man, being emotionally and regulated, addressing the problem, and finding the solution. That's what I see. One of the biggest issues is men have adopted this female centric problem solving mechanism.
Yeah. I think that it would be beneficial for guys to actually understand more how women's minds think, instead of just saying, oh, that's fucked up, she doesn't think like me, and pushing it away and saying this is stupid, this is problematic, this causes issues, and so on.
Yeah, it's not stupid. It's not stupid. It works for them.
Having disdain. I think a lot of guys have disdain for how women process, right? And when you get to understand it, like just from an objective perspective, you can actually problem solve through that with your mentality as a man, utilizing that to get them to where you need them to be by understanding the emotional process. And this is where influence comes into play. Like I think of certain people from history who understood how to manipulate people's emotions. And when I say manipulate, surely in history, sometimes that's been used for nefarious reasons. But I mean manipulate in the same way that a sculptor manipulates clay.
Well, we all use manipulation every day.
Right. They have an intention, they use their will, and then they change things to suit their intention and their will. Okay. And I think that when you understand how to do this very well, you can use your logic with the understanding of these emotional functions to then change or manipulate how you want the outcome to occur through her emotions. And now she's able, this is what I'm talking about with influence, like influencing your woman instead of being like, oh, I don't fucking get her, she's just an emotional crazy bitch, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Anything. That's just looking at the wall of it and not understanding how it actually functions. Because once you understand something, now you understand like how, like when there was some point when, and I don't know how long ago you'd be able to relate to this, but looking at an engine, there was some point in my life when I looked at an engine, I was like, I don't get it. I don't fucking understand it. And my brother's like,
when they made electric cars, I was like, fuck this shit.
I was like 11 years old, and he broke down to me like how an internal combustion engine actually works. And the more I fucked with them, the more I tinkered with them, I was like, oh, I fucking get it now. I understand everything, and it's no longer a mystery to me. And now it's at a point where I can be on my bikes and I can hear or feel a little thing and I understand what's happening. And, if there's like a slight problem or whatever. So the same sort of mentality happens, I think, when you understand the emotional workings of people and specifically the women in your lives.
So there's a lot to cover. The thing is I think most men that at least, the men I come in contact with, and granted, I'm in the deep South. I've been there most of my life. I have traveled, I have lived other places, and I've experienced many things. However, I still look at things from the perspective of a Southerner. And I think there's a tendency amongst men to, first of all, men just want to fix the problem, and they don't really care about the drama that goes along with it. Now, some men, obviously, and I'm not talking, I'm not saying blanket statement all men. I'm just saying, by and large, I think men just want to fix the problem. If your tire goes flat, men don't sit there and look at it for 20 minutes, or most men. Obviously, there are some, less than men out there that would look at it for 20 minutes and try and figure out what the fuck's going on. But most of us would just get the spare tire out and get to fucking work, or drive it to the tire shop as fast as you can before the tire goes flat. But we just solve problems, right? We're problem solvers. And in the same way that men are problem solvers, and again, that's a global thing. Not every man is. Nobody get all uppity. But the reality is that most women are not problem solvers. They're problem observers. They recognize problems. They find problems, and sometimes they make them up. And they can clearly define what the problem is sometimes, but most of the time they can't. They know something's wrong, but they can't articulate it in a meaningful way that men will understand. So it really doesn't matter how much effort you put into trying to understand what a woman is saying. You have to sit there, you have to listen. Eventually you're going to figure out that, oh, the tire is flat. If you allow yourself to become an emotional fucktard and start screaming and raging and being a belligerent asshole, well, no woman's going to like you. It's just not going to work. And you're destined to probably not get laid very often. Although some women do like belligerent assholes. So you might get one or two here and there. But for the rest of the women out there, they're just not going to like you. And so eventually you come to the conclusion, hey, you know what? Tire's flat. I can take care of that. And that's all they really want to hear from you. They don't want an hour. They want to take up an hour of your time expressing why the whole tire thing happened and what they felt and the whole story about Susie's fucking bar mitzvah and all this, or whatever the fuck. They want you to listen to their story, but all they want to hear from you is, I got this. I'll be back in 10 minutes. That's all they want to hear. And if you can keep those simple tips in mind, you'll go far. You don't even have to try really hard. Men do it naturally. The problem is that now we have a bunch of men who want to be women for some stupid ass reason, and they want to commiserate. They want to understand the words that are coming out of their mouth in a meaningful way. And I don't. I will literally look at my wife and tell her, I don't care. Just define the problem. And she will eventually
I've taken a step. I was taking it a little step further, in that she has adopted needing permission to tell me the story about Missy's bat mitzvah.
Yeah.
Like, she'll ask me, she's like, sir, can I tell you a story about whatever? Sure. Just to check with me, like, do I want to hear your babble?
Right.
You know,
exactly.
and if I have the time and I don't care, fine.
Solid work.
Right. Cool.
Right.
But if I don't, I'm like, nope, I don't. And she'll say, okay. Like,
and a lot of times my wife will be explaining something to me that I don't care about, and I don't know these people, and I don't care. And I will sit there very politely, not listening. And then she will ask me something about it, and I will say, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to any of it. I understood that it had nothing to do with me, and you just wanted to say those words out loud to yourself and have me comment, but I don't have a comment because I didn't listen. And she'll be very angry for about 2 seconds, and then she'll say, yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Whatever. I don't care. And then she'll move on to the next story. But you can't get
like,
what's that?
I tell guys, like, you got to ask her, when your woman starts coming to you with this problem. Okay, hey, do you want me to fix this or feel this? Okay, because it's like, if she wants you to feel this, that's when you do what Mr. Justin would say, like, hey, you know what? Right now, I'm in the middle of something. I don't have the time. Put a pin in it. We can address that later, right? If you want me to fix it, cool. We'll get the problem solving right now, right? But I think it's part of communicating is understanding, knowing that when your woman comes to you, she's not always wanting you to fix it. She wants you to validate how she feels.
True.
And if you're like, okay, what's the real thing here? If you're looking for the problem so you can go fix it and not doing, she may not want you to fix the problem. She may just want you to validate how she feels. And if you're just too busy focused on fixing this problem, she may be able to fix the problem, or maybe the problem's already fixed by the time she's addressing it to you. And you're trying to fix something where she just wants you to hear her or whatever, to validate how she feels about this issue. And I think that's where it goes to, again, making sure that you know what you're doing. You want me to fix this or feel this? And then if you have the time to feel it, cool, let me feel this with you.
Well, Glenn, I think that's kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about training people to treat you the way you want to be treated. So if a man knows that this is something they do not like, they don't like being faced with nonsense stories. They don't like being faced with their, being turned into what I've heard as the emotional tampon, being you're being treated like the girlfriend that they would complain about work stuff to. Okay. Like if you're like, I don't want to be treated like that, then you can train the person to treat you in that way. Say, listen, you don't come to me with that stuff. If there's an actual problem, then we can talk about this. But I am not here to listen about your daily work drama. It means nothing to me.
And that's actually when I one of the first things I did when I was dating my wife is make sure that she did not sponge onto or glom onto me. Is she kept her girlfriends. Like I'm like, look, you go to lunch with your girlfriends and you guys can talk for 4 hours and I don't care. I want you to do that because because what happens is they become so codependent upon you. And most men can take it. Most men are, not all, but most are strong. We can listen. We're, some of us are in touch with our feelings and we can comment intelligently on this stuff. But do you want to do it for 30 years? Or do you want your woman to have a friend somewhere, obviously female, a friend somewhere that they can talk each other's ears off, right? And that's it's a strategy that works. I mean, it just does. Now, once that friend becomes toxic, right? If they and we actually had this happen. One of my wife's friends got very toxic, very jealous of some things, and I said, hey, cut that chick out.
Right? Cut her out. And how quickly did she cut her out?
Pretty quickly. Quickly. It was very obvious once I pointed it out. Hey, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. This is why. Either you can, you can cut her out and just not talk to her anymore, or this is going to cause a lot of problems. And sure. She did.
Yeah.
So I think like if we're looking at the overarching theme to what's going on, we're talking about problem solving, and that is men's innate design. We solve problems.
Yeah.
We need a shelter. We build it. We needed roads. We created it. We needed to fly over a big puddle called an ocean. We made airplanes. We figured out we are problem solvers. When it comes to relationships, though, it seems that men are not very well at problem solving today because of either the influence of we want women's opinion. I mean, just think about, the worst dating coaches are females. Have you listened to some of the advice female dating coaches have given guys?
So bad.
I've never.
What's the girl? Something wing girls. Marnie, is it Marnie? Marnie, the wing girl. She's really big. Holy fuck, her following is massive. But she's
she has a bunch of sims sitting there.
Oh yeah, she has this revolving door like nobody's business, and it's just about to sell her little course, and there's no actual transformation. There's no actual change.
No, not you. You don't have to change. She should love you just as you.
I think that's not even addressed. It's just like, we're gonna go talk to girls. We're gonna go do this boot camp. We're gonna go. I'll have my people work with you. You'll coach you to talking to some dudes or some girls at a bar, and we'll do this over like a week in some other place or whatever. And then they feel all charged up, and they're like, "Oh man, I feel great. I talked to girls and shit. Maybe I got laid." And then they go home and they go back to being the same loser that they were, because a weekend or a week-long boot camp isn't going to fundamentally change your identity. And that's the problem to begin with. Like it takes months or years worth of
any type of habit. To break a bad habit, it takes 21 days, or to create a new habit, it takes 21 days.
That's with focused effort.
Yeah, I think that what, and this is where it goes back to dominance, right? Problem solving is very dominant, right? It's like not all problem solving is equal. Some men will patch a leak, and some men will create a dam, build a dam. But having the right tools and understanding how to address the problem is huge. One thing is a defining trait, right? Responsibility, no blame shifting. You assume the role regardless. It's not your fault, but it's your responsibility to act to solve this problem. What is the problem? Okay, I'm in the role. That's my role as leader. Then I'm solving this problem. I may not created it, but I'm solving it, right? Addressing it with finality. You solve with the intention of never seeing. You're not letting you're not just doing a little bit here, okay, and then allowing some room for this problem to fester again. No, you are rooting it out, and you're getting rid of the problem altogether. I don't want to see this problem again, right? You're doing it to finalize it. And then leadership. You don't just solve the problem, you become the solution. And then that way you are now the solution that others depend on. Like for those underneath you, like your wife, your kids, you now are the solution that they depend on, right? But I say this in the course that I did for problem solving. There's the 3 Ds, right? You got to dissect the problem. So identify what the root cause is, design, build the scalable solution to this problem, and then dominate, execute it. You got to execute the problem. A lot of guys in the red pill space, what they will do is that they will do really good at designing, identifying the problem, dissecting the problem, and that's kind of where it ends. They don't really provide a whole lot of scalable solutions, and they don't execute. There's lacks of execution.
Mm-hmm. That reminds me of the Buddhist Four Noble Truths that Siddhartha came up with, which he actually adopted from at the time a medical diagnosis technique. And he was like, "Oh, you could totally use this for spiritual development." And so it goes like the truth. The Four Noble Truths are the truth of suffering. Like suffering exists, right? That there is a cause of suffering. The third one is that cessation of suffering is possible. And then the fourth one is figuring out the path to create the cessation of suffering. Yeah. It's pretty simple. And he figured that out from just medical diagnosis. And he's like, oh shit, I could just use that for my mind. And so yeah, it sounds very similar to that.
Yeah. And here's like the key takeaway when I say dominant. Say dominant men don't try. We don't say, oh, I'm going to try to solve that, or I'm going to try to be there. Like I was, me and Grid were just in Florida this past weekend, and I didn't say I'm going to try to make it. No, I made it. 11-hour flight with all these dumb layovers and
delays. I was going to say, yeah,
I made it.
Right.
I made it. I didn't try.
Well, you committed to it.
I committed to it.
It's having conviction.
Yeah. So dominant men don't try; they solve and lead. If the problem solving doesn't result in problem solving results in respect. If you can't problem solve, if you just try, you're going to slowly lose the respect of those around you, and that's why some of the most competent men across the board are respected, right? Competent men across the board are respected. And the reason that is because, competent men are the ones that could do. When the shit happens, they solve it, right? It's not the nice guys. It's the guys that are able to step up and actually solve the problem.
To some degree, but we all know. Look, we all know that guy who's like a fucking whiz. But socially, dude can't tie his fucking shoes.
I'm not just talking about in dating. I'm talking about competency.
Right. Like I'm talking about a super. I actually had a mechanic work for me. Super good guy. Absolutely on the ball. Didn't know how to fucking dress him. He would not take help. I was like, dude, wear this. No, he's not doing it. didn't know how to dress himself, didn't know how to look, didn't know how to do anything. Always complaining.
He lacks competence. He's not competent.
Exceedingly competent in one area, falls down in others. It's like there's a whole range of things. I mean, just being competent. Part of my career was spent, taking competent people and plugging them into places where they fit, and not really caring about the rest, right? So,
well, I mean, what I'm saying is, it's like too many guys focus on being nice, right? See, nice guys are replaceable. Competent men are irreplaceable. If this guy does a good job and he's able to show he has a track record of being competent in these areas and solving these problems, because a competent man is a problem solver. He has success at addressing problems in his life, right? But a dominant man, this is going towards Mr. Justin, he's unforgettable. Not only is he irreplaceable, he's unforgettable. See the difference? But competent men are guys that get respect. They are respectable because why? We know that they have a track record of being able to solve problems and be successful over these issues. And I think we need to establish, again, the problem solving for men in this area that we're talking about is that they're not problem solving like men. They're problem solving trying to appeal to women, because women are saying they want this, but they're not problem solving for themselves. They're problem solving for the woman, thinking that the woman is going to be the solution to their problems. And that's not the case.
Yeah. I've mentioned this before as part of the problem of how guys kind of got here. Now we're of certain ages, like Glenn, you're 40, I'm 47. Grid, I don't know how old you are.
He's like 500 and something.
I'm 55, fucker.
Right. Okay. So, but all of us, we grew up for a period of time without internet.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we had a period of life where our lives were completely analog. And as close as it came was television, but that was still detached. There was no, unless you knew somebody who was on TV, then it was like just this fantasy world that existed in a little box. You know what I mean? And you turn it off and poof, that whole reality goes away. And you're like, oh, there's my fucking backyard. I'm going to go run bikes, So what I think what happens is that young men who are growing up with internet, right? It all started with MySpace and the likes, okay? And
who's in your top 8?
The
so
dopamine
what that
hits.
did is that, well, yeah, dopamine hits, but also this social pressure of people are watching me. They're paying attention to me. And then at first it was just photographs. It was like, oh, here's my dog. Here's the dresser I just built. Here's, it's just bullshit. Then it started morphing into an extension of identity. And that part of the likes pressure never went away. It actually got stronger and stronger and stronger. And so now what that leads to is, well, a whole bunch of things, including warped self-perception and, pushing out narratives and identities that aren't actually real and so on and so forth. But also on the darker side is this fear of fucking up, this fear of getting canceled, this fear of being made to look bad, this fear of being destroyed or shamed, not being, well, it started as not being liked. It's called likes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not so this grows and morphs into this thing where now it's like I'm afraid to do something because if I show that I'm not competent, then that's really going to have a serious impact on my identity. So I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah,
I'm frozen.
Right. I grew up analog, but I actually had an experience that was even further beyond that. So I went to a military school, and every summer we did a leadership. It was a leadership program, and we actually lived in cabins in the wood, no electricity, no running water, none of that for
love that
3 to 6 months, right? And
so you stunk.
No, we had a shower house. We literally had to carry water a quarter of a mile just to have water to have on campus.
And it was ice fucking cold.
Some of it, I did an Indian sweat lodge at one point. I've had some interesting experiences, and these are experiences that our youth of today can't really have. They just can't have them. And the problem with that is that where these experiences shaped who I am, and they're the people I knew then who went out and succeeded and became leaders of in various industries and everything else. Modern young men have the hardest time probably in history of being able to do those things, because every attempt at excellence in society is thwarted until they get out on their own. As long as they're in a public school system, as long as they're in college, every time they try to be excellent, every time they try to achieve, if it doesn't fit the narrative, if it doesn't fit the feminist agenda, they will be knocked down. And I count myself exceedingly lucky, right? That I had the experiences I had, and it did shape who I am, and it did shape the mentality that I have, and and Glenn saw that everything I say online is exactly the way I am in person, right? And maybe a little
like we have memories like that. You're like, right. These young guys, what memories are they gonna have? Oh, like having like great group battles on like Call of Duty. I was like digging up my own racetracks by the river with my brothers and making jumps with flames.
Right,
we're launching our BMX bikes through them.
One of the reasons I don't own a dirt bike is I get on a dirt bike and I feel invincible. Like, I promise you, I will die if I get on a dirt bike, because I literally feel like I'm.
So I'm gonna play something for you guys, because this is a monologue, or this monologue from this movie. I actually did this monologue. I actually told my son this a lot. I memorized it, but then when I got my first audition, I actually used this monologue. Right, it's from the movie Fences, and it's very much talking about likes in a sense, right? It's Denzel Washington talking to his kid, and his kid comes up to him and
question. The hell you got to ask me, Mr. Stewiggy, the one you got the questions for. How come you ain't never liked me? Like you? Who the hell said I got to like you? What law is there say I got to like you? Want to stand up in front of my face and ask a damn fool-ass question like that? Talking about liking somebody. Come here, boy, when I talk to you. Straighten up, goddammit. I asked you a question. What law is there say I got to like you? None. All right, then. Don't you eat every day? Answer me when I talk to you. Don't you eat every day? Yeah. Nigga, as long as you in my house, you put a sir on the end of it when you talk to me. Yes, sir. You eat every day. Yes, sir. Got a roof over your head. Yes, sir. Got clothes on your back. Yes, sir. Why you think that is? Because of you? Hell, I know it's because of me. But why do you think that is? Because you like me? Like you. I go out of here every morning. I bust my butt putting up with them crackers every day because I like you. You're about the biggest fool I ever saw. It's my job. It's my responsibility. A man is supposed to take care of his family. You live in my house, fill your belly with my food, put your behind on my bed because you're my son. Because I like you, because it's my duty to take care of you. I owe a responsibility to you. Now, let's get this straight right here and now before I go along any further. I ain't got to like you. Mr. Rand don't give me my money come payday because he like me. He give it to me because he owe me. Now, I don't give you everything I got to give you. I give you your life. Me and your mama worked that out between us, and liking your black ass wasn't part of the bargain. Now, don't you go through life worrying about whether somebody like you or not. You best be making sure they're doing right by you. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Then get the hell out of my face and get on down to that age.
I said that earlier tonight. I am not my son's friend. He is my son.
Yep, that is literally the best monologue, and I think more men need to listen to it, because as you guys were mentioning earlier, they're worried about being liked, worried about being canceled. Instead of they're not worried enough if the people in their life are doing right by them. Okay. And that's part of problem solving. That's a woman's way of problem solving. Women's way of problem solving is get them to like me, get people to like you, right? And then they'll be more willing to help you, right? That's a real feminine way of doing it. I don't care if you like me. I'm more concerned if you're going to disrespect me. If you disrespect me, we won't got problems. You don't have to like me.
So Glenn, you and I've gone at each other pretty hard tonight, right?
I didn't go hard at you yet.
Well, whatever.
You went hard at me. It's okay.
I didn't really go hard at you. I was having a good time. But if people were watching, they would think, so some of them would think that we didn't like each other. But it's because I consider you a friend.
Like you.
Right. If it's because I consider you a friend and a colleague that I can be so direct with you and put put you to the test and call into question. Because if I didn't like you, if I didn't respect you, I wouldn't even fucking talk to you.
Oh yeah, that's what I tell people all the time. Like if I argue with you, it's probably because I care about you. I value you, right? And I think you're doing something wrong, and I'm trying to help you see the way. Now, if you don't want to listen to me, if I don't care about you and you want to argue, you're better off going to go argue someone else. Because I'm going to just tell you, yeah, go ahead, run in the freeway. That sounds like a good idea. Go play tag in the freeway, on the 405. Go ahead. See how that works out for you. Like
play some Pokemon Go.
Yeah, go play Pokemon Go on the freeway during broad day, during traffic time.
That's good. That dumb shit.
That's good.
But it's like,
what I was watching that clip, I was thinking this is exactly how men should be talking to their women.
Yes.
Maybe not with that tone.
To their women or to their sons?
No, they're women, but with that mentality. That mentality. What was the first thing he said? He said everything. What would he say? He said everything that comes out of your mouth, I want to hear, sir.
Yes.
Live in my house.
I want to hear a sir.
Yeah.
Right.
Live in my house. At the end of everything, I better be a sir.
I haven't heard my name from any of my girls in years. I barely know what my name sounds like coming out of a woman's mouth. That's how long it's been. It's sir or some other titles that have been established. I think this is paramount, right? Because it's like the thing when you establish respect is you don't fuck them over.
Yeah.
People who love each other fuck each other over constantly. Family members backstabbing each other, friends who've been friends for years fucking each other over, right?
Justin, I said the same thing.
That treachery, deception, all this stuff. When you respect someone, regardless of whether you like them or not, you're not gonna fuck them over. You just
I say everybody that has hurt me has been someone that has loved me, or they say they love me. The people that respect me, even my enemies, they don't hurt me.
No.
Well, I mean, so the only people that can hurt me are the people I care about. Period. Because literally, I don't give a fuck. You can anybody can say anything they want. They can come at me however they want. You can't hurt me. You just can't, because I don't care. It can't be calculated how little I care. But like, my wife is the only person that has, in recent memory, been able to actually make me angry. And my son can do it. My son's gotten pretty close. My son says, "Sir." My son, obviously, every single person that meets my son, spends any time around him, the very thing that they will tell me the next time we talk is how polite he is, how well-mannered he is.
Is that still a thing in the South? Because I spent some time in Texas, and everybody calls each other sir and ma'am. Sir and ma'am. Everyone called each other sir and ma'am.
Yeah. I do to this day. I do it. If I go into the grocery store, how are you today, ma'am? I'm doing good. How are you? Doing just fine. Will that be all? Yes, ma'am. And it is absolutely, to me, it's second nature. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. It's
he even called me sir.
I did. And it's just simple respect.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it's just being respectful. It's being polite. And you can't, in today's world, a little respect goes a long way, because people aren't used to it anymore. Right.
Yeah.
My son also, my son is and I brag about my son a lot. I love my son. I care for him deeply. I'm super proud of him. But when he messes up, he will come to me straight away and say, I messed up. I messed up. If I catch him on something, he doesn't hide it. If I say, hey, did you do this? Yes, sir, I did that. I'm sorry.
How old is he?
15.
And he's like 10 feet tall.
My son is no, all right. Hang on. I got something for you.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna do the brag zone. Yeah, he's gonna flex.
I don't know if I have it up here. I did earlier.
Well, while you're finding that, I want to mention a couple things here about
go ahead.
With the space. When it comes to, we're talking about the red pill make men nihilistic, and the answer is yes. We already established that. What we should be doing at this point is, and this is how I say it's very feminine in many regards and how it's operating, right? In the sense of problem solving, because this is what it is. Guys are coming around crying about their problems, their women problems, or their relationship problems, or their lack of relationship. You know what I'm saying? A dominant way of doing it is to have strategic focus and learning how to zoom out and being able to notice, pattern recognitions and be able to get to the root of the problem, right? The power of zooming out is important. Weak men or the red pill guys are stuck in the moment. They don't want to zoom out. They want to see, this is the problem. I'm not getting this, or women are like this. They don't zoom out and see the bigger picture. They don't react to the problem in front of them. A guy with a dominant masculine presence doesn't react to the problem from him. He zooms out and recognizes the entire systemic pattern underneath the problem. They're not trying to solve the symptom. We're solving the cause. So zooming out gives us clarity. It allows us to detach and be able to get things into vision. It's not, a masculine mindset is not just being tactical, it's strategic. And not getting triggered, emotionally every time that we're running into a problem. Right? Like, we don't solve the problems that are just making the most noise. We solve the silent problems that are structural, that are gonna break everything down. And that's not how guys are addressing problems these days. We are addressing them more. The squeakiest wheel gets the oil, right? Or the grease, and when it comes to identifying a pattern, we don't see guys doing the internal critique, self-reflecting, seeing how they're playing a role in these problems that they're dealing with. Most problems aren't new. They're repetitive, and they come from poor decision making or poor habits, or having poor emotional cycles. But a masculine problem solver looks forward, looks for what's happening, and then he breaks it and breaks the loop. We don't run into the same problems. We find the problem, we break that bad pattern, so we're no longer dealing with it. So it's like, what happened? What's the problem? Has this problem happened before? And what's the common denominator in this problem here? And then what needs to change at the source so that this is no longer a problem? So if you're dating women, you're dating women that are out and about, their floozies or whatever, you meet them at the club or whatever. She gets overdrunk and floozies. She cheats on you. Okay. Has this happened before? Yes, it's happened before. Well, what was the common denominator? You met a girl at a club. Oh, okay. Maybe that could be part of your problem. You're gonna no longer start dating women at clubs. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta disagree with you, Glenn, because the common denominator is the man himself.
Well, always is going to be the man, but it's going to be what. So the other question is, what needs to change at the source? So the source is the man. The source is the man. What needs to change with the man in addressing the problem? So what is the common theme of you date girls at bars or clubs or whatever, and you end up getting relationships. What happens with the relationship? They cheat on you, break up. Okay. The common denominator between those two girls is where you met them, right? The environment. So that's the common denominator there. So what needs to change at the source, the individual, is maybe I should not be meeting or looking for women for relationships at these locations or in this area. Maybe this is not the area that's conducive for me to meet a woman, you know,
sure,
to take her seriously.
I heard all of LA is just a terrible place to meet women.
Yeah, I wouldn't look. Every woman out here is recreational use only. Okay, guys, just the entire state.
And I think that's just the environment. Like everybody is trying to get into show business in one way or another.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Like either like the traditional show business or social media show business.
Yeah, there's a lot of
it's like
social
this
media
climber. It's like this social climber mentality. That's what I've been told.
No, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid.
And so it's like that's got to be pretty difficult. You know, I would just like, I don't know, go to Northern California or something.
No, Northern California is just as bad.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean,
like
you got the Bay Area.
It's Bay Area way north, like up into the
Bay Area
woods.
is so horrible.
Not
I mean, you might as well just go to
like,
Oregon.
Yeah, close to
But
Oregon.
then Oregon's weird. You know, Portland's very weird.
I sent you some stuff on Discord so you could throw that. That was from this morning when I took him to go to Philmont to hike that 70 miles.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me grab that.
He was getting on the plane.
If it's of any value, all of my girls are not American.
Well, my wife is Chinese.
Right. I've got a Vietnamese girl, a Russian girl,
actually
an
put
Indian
a
girl, and a girl from Venezuela.
I've actually put a title to it. It's the Princess Effect. And then when I was in college when I first thought about this, and then I've refined it over the years. But the thing is that all American girls, don't care which generation, for the last 50 years have been told that they are princesses. That
And this is not American Girl, by the way.
That's my son. That's my oldest son.
That's your 10-foot tall son.
He's right. He's
like 5'11", 6 foot.
He's
what is this,
just under
Scouts
6
or
foot and
ROTC?
190. And he's 15. He just turned 15 2 weeks ago.
Damn, dude. Yeah,
I know, right?
And this is today, right? When he was
That
getting
is
ready to fly
today.
out.
That is today. So look at that fucking bag he's got. Look at the other one I sent you.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm gonna.
What is this uniform for?
He's Boy Scout.
Boy Scouts. Yeah,
He's literally a Boy Scout.
Yeah,
Here, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Scouts are fucking awesome. I miss those days. Scouts were so much fun.
That is a big ass bag. It's a nice rucksack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I purposely, there was a period of my life, it was in my mid-20s, where I grabbed just a bag like that and all my belongings were in there, and I purposely became homeless. I said, fuck everything. I had no bank account, no phone, no nothing, no cards. I just dealt with cash, bag, and it was nice weather, so I could like sleep wherever I wanted to. Some friends would put me up whenever, you know, I would shower at the gym, and that was it. You know, it was an interesting period in my life, and you know, very liberating to just let go of everything.
I think a lot of men do this, whether they intend to or not. When I was in my 20s, I had a kind of a really shitty start to a career in actually running movie theaters. I don't actually talk about this much, but I started out as running movie theaters. And
See, Grid was in the showbiz.
I didn't really want to do that, but I was pretty good at it, and they kept throwing money at me. And then at one point I was just like, I'm going to move back across country. I was living in Tahoe at the time. So I moved back to Tennessee, and I got here. I had barely any money. I was like, you know what? I'll figure something out. I went to work, just basically doing whatever I could. I think I worked in a different kind of automotive shop for a while, and it ended up going to work for a Porsche racing shop in North Carolina. And I literally slept on the floor in the shop in a room they had a shower there. So I literally lived in the shop. I would get up, work when I wanted to work, go to sleep when I wanted to sleep. And I was there, you know, all the time. And I would go to the track every weekend. And then I did that for about a year and a half.
Amazing life.
Huh?
I said that sounds like an amazing life.
Yeah, I did that for like a year.
Man.
I did that for like a year, and then finally I was like, yeah, this. And I did get a town. I got a roommate, or I moved in with a roommate, and then that was kind of toxic, and I was like, fuck it. I ended up doing that for about a year, and then I basically moved out. I was homeless technically. I lived on my friend's couch, and I did mercenary work for race teams. So I would be gone all fucking month, and I'd be home 2 or 3 days, or in town 2 or 3 days, and then I'd be gone again. And I made so much money, and I never spent any. And so, and it was just like this weird period in my life where I didn't need anything beyond what was in my truck. Like that was like whatever was in my truck, that's what I needed. And it was great. And I've since then I've had I've helped other young men do pretty much the same thing. I have a good friend of mine in Texas. This dude came up for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb one year, and we were putting a car together. Initially he slept in my shop. I don't know where he showered. I'm assuming like Planet Fitness or something down the corner. I don't know. Don't care. None of my business. The week of the race at Pikes Peak, he camped. He had literally a tent next to where we had the RV and everything for the race, and he literally was sleeping in a fucking tent. And I'm like, bro, this is hardcore, because you never know what the weather is for the peak, man. It could have snowed, anything. I'm like, bro, you are hardcore. And he and I created we had a several year friendship where he would come and hang out in my shop. He worked for other race teams. And again, he lived at a racetrack in Texas in a slide-in truck camper that was just that they'd taken out. It was out of the truck. It was on the post or whatever. And he lived in this camper full time when he was actually in town. But he's like, this is the best I've ever had in my life. He made really good money working for race teams and traveling the country and doing whatever he wanted. And now, I think he's settling down. I think he's dating. So he might be married by now. But I think it's a really good way for young men to, I hate to use the word find themselves, but to develop a real sense of self-confidence, because you don't have a safety net. You don't have anything but you and your skills and the money that you earn. And it's no calling mommy and daddy, right? And I just thought it was awesome. I mean, I hate to encourage risky behavior, or what a lot of people would consider risky behavior, but I think everybody ought to fucking do that. What I think.
I just want to chime in and say I love the fucking hill climb races.
Yeah. We did the Pikes Peak Hill Climb 3 times.
It's so simple. It's just like, let's get the most horsepower up the fucking hill as fast as possible. Like, I love that.
Well, it's aero now. It's all about aero. Like we have ridiculous aero on the cars. But I mean, that was my career. My entire career was in motorsports. I never had an adult job, and I never really wanted one. So,
I'm a bike guy, so I love the ones where they take a dirt bike. And I saw this one dude. I don't mean to segue too far, but the dude put in an overboard GSXR 1000 motor, 4-cylinder, and pop that into a dirt bike with the extended swing arm and all that. And this thing was nasty. It was barely touching the hill as it was going up. It was just bouncing, from lift to lift. And it powered like it was nothing. They're like, damn, they got to pick a different hill. Because it was effortless. Well,
there's so much in life to be experienced. It's odd to me that so many people tie themselves down to something that they're not really sure about, right? My life could have taken a completely different turn, right? I could have easily gotten married when I was in college and had a whole different life, been an office guy, a wage slave my whole life, and never done this, never met Glenn Lawrence, never been on this program. But because I am who I am, I chose that other path, and I crashed and burned a few times. It was rough, but it builds character. I think what
when we're talking about problem solving, and this is really what we're talking about. Do red pill make men nihilistic? Yes, because they're not focused on problem solving, they're focused on the problem, right? And no, the problem's not necessarily women. It's, for example, let me explain this. I was trying to mention earlier, most of our problems are not new, they're repetitions. We repeat them over and over again. We run into the same thing over and over again. Poor decisions, bad habits, emotional cycles, but having more of a masculine problem solving approach, is looking to what keeps happening before it breaks. They're looking for the loop. Where have we seen this before? Like I said, what happened? Where have I seen when this has happened before? What's the common denominator in this problem from happening? Why is this always happening? What's similar here? And then what needs to change at the source, the individual, the mindset, the actions, whatever is going on, right? We need to have masculine pattern killers, right? Boundaries is part of a pattern killer, right? Routines, making upgrades in your life overall. Those are things that have, for example, if you keep on dating toxic women, that's not a them problem. It's not the women problem.
Yeah.
That's your filter and frame being broken problem. That's a you issue. If all the women you get with are toxic, that's not their fault. That's your fault for selecting them, right? So, what I wanted to get to is the takeaway. A man, here's a great quote. A man who sees the problem, a man who sees the pattern first wins long term, right? Everyone else is reacting like a pawn. So whoever first sees a problem and catches that pattern and makes that adjustment, he's the one setting the trend. He made the move to make things differently. We got to stop seeing just the battle and look at the battlefield. A lot of times when we're dealing with problems, we're very singular. This is the problem in front of us. This thing right here is the issue, but we're not, again, looking at the entire battlefield, seeing how everything is interconnected. How is addressing this problem this way going to affect this battlefield over here? Because men without strategic focus, they don't understand that they still get stuck on trying to solve isolated problems. And when they should be, seeing how how the system interconnects, how these problems interconnect with each other. The issue is, AJ, get up here. The issue for a lot of these guys is they don't zoom out and look at the big picture, right? They don't see how money, relationships, and health, their health could be in dysfunction, can all be interrelated, right? It could be their approach to it. For example, let's say you're broke, you're angry, and you're fat. That's not three different problems. That's a lack of discipline and a lack of vision problem, right? It's not three separate issues. No, I bet
if you whittled it down, the main problem would be self-hate.
That too, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's what, most problems because I've been working with guys for a long time, and they come to me with their surface level problems of this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, and then we just get talking, and I start just gently peeling the layers of the onion, right? Just keep coming down, and 9 times out of 10, at the middle is self-rejection.
Yep,
I don't like myself.
And what you just did right there,
and from there extends bad choices, bad habits, bad vision, bad beliefs. It all stems from this essential core of self-loathing.
And what you're pointing at is that you're saying you're not solving. You're not solving for results. You're solving for the cause. So it's that fat guy that's broke, overweight, and angry, right? The lack of discipline is his problem. He doesn't have discipline. He lacks discipline in his life. Instead of solving, a lot of guys, they solve for results, right? I want to get this girl. I want this result. So I'm going to do these things to get that girl. He still has a problem. The cause, what is the cause? What is wrong with him internally, mindset wise, or even lack of self-worth? Or why do you think that you have to change so much just for this person? You should change for yourself. The guy still has a problem if he's changing himself for someone else rather than changing himself for himself. guys, we tend to solve problems once the problem hits our door. We're reactive to the problem. Instead of building a fireproof structure, we only care about the fire when our roof is on fire, right? So it's costly it costs you more time and more energy to try to fix a problem in the midst of it when you could have done things to prevent the problem to begin with.
I got to be honest. I think a lot of men lack purpose. They approach things in a very chaotic way. And very lackadaisical, one or both. And so they're not purposeful about the things that they do. They don't sit back and think, if I bang this hot big titted blonde, is she going to suck all the money out of my bank account? Right. I'm being a little facetious there, but not by much. I think
asking, why am I doing this?
Yeah, it's men don't, a lot of men, because they're not taught to do so anymore, and it's actually kind of discouraged. They're not purposeful. They're not serious. They don't have a plan, even a plan just to just for the next month, the next 4 weeks. What are you going to do? What's your world look like? Beyond, get up, go to work, or, how are you improving? Is there a way that you can improve? You may not be able to this month. You may be broke as fuck, and you just need to survive till the end of the month, and then talk about improvement. You need to survive first, improve later. But when I talk to young men, it's all reactionary. There's no purpose. There's no sense of, I'm going to get this fucking done. And that's a weakness. That's not just a weakness. It's a flaw. It's a character issue, and it needs to be fixed. And unfortunately, again, at least in this country, at least in the United States of America, our school system does not allow young men the tools to learn how to fix those problems. What they will do is they'll stick them with a psychologist and use fake science to tell them that why they're fucked up, but never give them an answer on how to actually fix how they're fucked up. Anyway.
Yeah, that's my view on therapy, generally speaking.
Right, yeah, right. And I have a degree in psychology, so
the reason why therapy doesn't work for men, because it's not solution oriented.
No,
it's on feelings. It's all about feelings. It's, how does this make you feel? How does that make you feel? Bitch, I don't care about how it makes me feel. I want the problem solved.
Well, then, Grid, because of your degree, maybe you know about the industry, because I don't. But this is an instinct of mine telling me this, that a therapist can't, maybe through legal means or something along those things, or maybe an ethical thing, they can't tell you a solution because it could cause a problem, or they make the bad decision, then it comes back on them. They could lose their license and this and that. So that's why it stays in this whole realm of, let's just discover.
Well, there's no real science to it, right? Like they keep calling it a science, but there's no science. It's all opinion.
It's very great.
All observations. All it's literally all situational.
It's a loose science.
It's a what?
Loose science.
Loose science.
Soft science is what you mean.
Like a soft science.
Soft science, me. I don't know. No, I look. And again, I didn't actually go into the therapy side of it. I actually enjoyed the psychological experiment, the experimental psychology portion of it, where you put a out of order sign on the men's bathroom and see how many men go into the ladies' room. If they're, and how many just, walk away like they're going to hold it for the next 6 months or whatever. But so I like that, right? I like the and that's kind of where I centered everything. But and honestly, the only reason I went there is I came from the hard sciences. I was in environmental science and technology, and then I realized that the field was full of fucking lunatics. And I didn't want to work for a lunatic. And so I ended up needing to change my major. And most of psychology was had two benefits. Most of my credits would exchange over. And second, I could, that's where all the pretty girls were. That's where all the hot chicks were. So it was business or psychology I went with psychology. You know, I don't regret that. But the degree in itself was useless. You have, you know, you get a degree, then you got to go somewhere and kind of train under somebody else, but it's all observational. It's all situational. And basically, if you told me that you're thinking about, you know, pink unicorns or some shit, I have no way of really truly interpreting that. I can just take that as a, you know, well, maybe he's a little delusional, you know, or something. Yeah, whatever. But I really dislike psychology as anything other than kind of an indicator system, kind of it's observational, right? Like I can observe someone and say, well, that guy's trying to fake being confident, right? He's actually not confident. I can see his fingers twitch. I can see the sweat on the lip. I can see, you know, I can observe these physical reactions and make an educated guess as to this person is faking, right? He's coming off as a badass, but he's really not. Kronos, I'm gonna answer Kronos here. I did a dual major. I did psychology and criminal justice. I was going to go be a lawyer. I don't like offices, so I didn't do that. I had a minor in philosophy with an emphasis in Asian thought, not THOT. So just, you know, calm down.
That was my next question.
Well, you guys, I'm trying to get back to the solution base here.
Yeah. Good evening, y'all.
I was gonna say, well, I asked him about that because of how psychology differs. Because a lot of guys, before they start working with me, they do go see therapists.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, and I'm like, that's cool. Like, fine. You know, you get to dig around and, you know, like kind of rummage through your closet and see like, oh, look at this stuff, you know. But because of the way they are, because of maybe ethical boundaries or legal boundaries, they can't call you a bitch and to get your shit together and give you like an action plan. Because if like the action plan that I create, the action plans that I create, it's illegal to
call him a bitch though.
Well, an ethical thing, you know. What I'm saying is like giving advices, because if it blows up in their face, that could mean a problem for their
right. They can't. So and I
can make plans that blow up in my face.
I didn't really go into this section very deeply, but you know, the thing is that my observation is a lot of psychologists do more damage than they help, because they bring things that you have dealt with years ago, but maybe occasionally float to the top or whatever. A psychologist will keep tugging on these threads. And a lot of times they just make it. Sorry?
The fact that your mother didn't give you a tit when you were younger.
Right. Or Susie saw your wiener in 3rd grade and laughed at it, and now you think you have a small wiener for life, you know, whatever.
Wait, how did you know about that?
So
psychology.
I think what guys need to adapt is like a problem-solving mentality and think like an engineer. Where did AJ go? You know, thinking like an engineer and thinking like everything is a system, right? And you got input, processes, outputs, right? You got feedback loops, and those matter, right? Because that helps you keep things check and balances. You know, and realizing that small root changes equal huge results. Like the little changes that you do over time add up, will make huge results. So it's like understanding that, like thinking, what behaviors create this outcome? That's a mindset. Like, to ask yourself this: what assumptions are built on those behaviors? And then ask yourself, what belief system sustains, you know, the pattern, right? Like asking yourself these things when you're addressing your problems, even in relationships, you know, is important. It's key. You're going to be able to pick up on the things that, you know, are causing it. Get back up here, AJ. Get up here. You need to build a system. Like I would say, do like daily structures for your, you know, right, for yourself. Money management and time management is important, right? You know, conflict resolution, how you problems, or what problems you're willing to even address. You know, so it's like good leadership has an order. There's an order of operations, and that the good leader understands the system of this relationship. So if you're in a relationship and you're the leader, you should know the intricate of this relationship and how it's supposed to work and what things are connected to what. If you're not leading the relationship, you don't know how to fix the problem. You don't know how to address it because you don't know how things, are interconnected. And so I think like that mentality of, addressing any problem, even their own problems in life, more like an engineer, because your life, you're the engineer of your life. You built your life. You created your life. You're the architect of your life and where you're at. You should know how that operates and what works and what doesn't work.
I am the engineer of almost all of the problems that I've had in life, especially after I got out. Most veterans from Smoking Spaceman, 7 Ps. Proper prior planning prevents piss poor performance. That's correct. It's a little bit more than the usual 5 Ps, but I appreciate the extra 2 Ps. Thank you, Spaceman. You're a G in anybody's circle.
The Marines only get 5 Ps because that's how many fingers they have. The Army gets 7 because they can count.
That's true. I mean, wait, X'd it out. I've been the engine. Like, it's 100%. Making engineering, figuring out your own life after you get out is a challenge because you go from, hey, here's all these structures that exist to like, oh, I have to make all these myself now and figure out like, hey, what's the best one to do? For Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics for $5, did someone page for an engineer? Yes, you are here, and so I am here also. Yes, we're both engineers. It's fine.
I'm an engineer in the British sense.
It was
I can build shit.
Yeah. When I got out, it was literally you have to figure everything out now. I didn't like there was a 2-week class. It wasn't it was like truckers trying to get you to go and drive trucks with them.
So Grumple,
figuring out how your own life works is a big friggin' deal. But everybody has all of the opportunity in the world. It's like you just have to figure out what to do. But figuring it out is a giant thing.
So Grumple,
it's really intimidating if you haven't had to do that much for a structure yet. Yes, Grid.
Yeah, Grumple. It's interesting that you make that comment because I've had a similar discussion with former military before, where they get out and in the military, they're, a lot of them are trusted with, millions of dollars worth of equipment. They know what they're going to do from the time they wake up till the time they go to bed. They're
clearances for days,
exceedingly structured. Their rank earns them their respect. All of these things, and then they get out and they go into the civilian world, and it's totally fucking different, and they have a lot of these guys have severe personality shifts because they just don't know how to handle that anymore. They're not told you're going to be here on this date and all of this. They have to suddenly start making plans and decisions.
Because that would be easy. That would make it like, okay, I can exist. I can do this right now.
Mm-hmm. You guys, we're not showing up the problems that we need to talk about. I get it, you're engineers, but the point is, guys need to address the problems in life. We're having guys adopting this nihilistic mindset. So that's the problem. We're trying to give solutions to the problem that we're seeing with these young guys and their view and their outlook on the future. Right? I'm not promising that you do any of the things that I say that your life will be great, but I'll tell you that it's going to be better. You can put yourself in a better position adopting a different mindset and how to approach problems and approach life and approach relationships than you are now. Because if you're nihilistic and you're doom and gloom and the world is over and blah, 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 then you're not going to get anywhere. The problem's not going to solve. You're still going to have the same problem that you're going to be faced with tomorrow. So, it's the way I look at it is like, okay, look, once you identify the pattern and you break the pattern, because that pattern could be you, The women you date could be the problem. That's a you problem. You choose the wrong women. You're choosing the hoe every single time. Okay, that's your problem, right? It's not the hoe's problem. The hoe's a hoe. You just keep on choosing the hoe. You know, that's a you issue, right? You're not seeing the battlefield entirely. You're just seeing the one battle that you're dealing with. You're not seeing how it's connected, right? And you're not adopting like a system thinking mentality. How are all these different things, connected and together? How do they connect? All, not realizing that. But then when they do, because this is what a lot of guys in the red pill do, they identify these problems. Okay, you have these bad traits or these bad traits, and women like this, right? This is where I see a lot of men fail. They fail at the execution. They lack technical execution. Okay, so once you get the mindset and you have the awareness and you created this strategy, that's great. But if you don't pull the damn trigger, what the fuck is it for? You just wasted all that time. So execution is really where most men fall apart. They plan. Like, again, a lot of these red pill guys, they could tell you all the stats and quotes and everything. They understand the problem better than anyone. But when it's time to act, they hesitate. They overanalyze. They get that analysis paralysis, right? They self-sabotage. Exactly. They self-sabotage. So I think like having this, okay, I got the solution, I built it, cool. We're going to execute. Knowledge is power. Execution is, or knowledge is not power, execution is. I don't care how much knowledge you have of the problem and the solution. If you do not execute, you have nothing. The power is in the execution. The power is in the applying this thing or making the changes needed. Actions is the final test when it comes down to it as a man. An action is the final test of masculinity. Are you going to step out? Are you going to do something different? Are you going to change or break the mold? Men who execute, they tend to rise. Men who hesitate, they get forgotten. Okay, they don't over prepare, right? They that's what too many guys are doing. They're over preparing. I need to make sure I got this and this and this and this all at 100% before I engage with women. No, start engaging as you're growing, as you're leveling up.
Are we just talking about women, Glenn? Or are we talking about life?
Life in general, nihilist, but mainly the red pill, the nihilism that comes from the red pill.
I think it'd be a lot easier if guys just paid less attention to women.
Well, I agree. I think they should care less about
much attention. Like beyond, like when I was growing up, I did not have the kind of thinking that young men have today, with this hyper focus on female behaviors. And why do you care so much? Why was it? How has that become so important to you? It doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, I understand
the distraction of
conditioning
porn
through
too.
social media.
I'm sorry,
it's porn. It's porn. It's social media. I get it. Algorithms are designed to control your mind, but it's like, fuck, man. Like they don't really need to be in your head that much.
Like, have you realized that guys are really indecisive these days too? Like, guys need to build decisive habits of decisiveness. Like, indecisiveness kills masculinity, masculine authority. If you're indecisive, if you're a man and you don't know how to solve a problem in a relationship, or you have your wife comes to you with a problem, and you're like, oh, I don't know, honey, what do you think we should do? Right there, you're losing authority. You're giving it up.
With my guys, I call it.
If that question comes up, you already lost it before it even came up.
So if she asks you what you should do,
I call it drawing the blade. I use a lot of like samurai and martial arts references, and so there's no like half draw. You know what I'm saying? It's either in the scabbard or it's being pulled out, and when it's pulled out, it's being used to strike someone down. Obviously. Yeah. Not literally, but it means that there's going to be a decisive action.
Why not literally?
Right? There's this intent to end something, right? Or to create something, whatever it is. I mean, in sword fighting, it's to end something. But the point is that there's no like indecisiveness going on. It's either in the scabbard or it's pulled.
Yeah.
There's no hemming and hawing.
I think one thing is, guys tend to think that they have to be perfect, or they have to be super confident in doing this before they could do anything else. You don't have to be perfect. You need to be, decisive and adaptive. Okay, you made a decision. You stepped out there. Okay, it fucked up. It didn't work out. All right, got to be able to pivot. All right, and then adapt to what the problem is now. Right, like you have. Yeah, like you have to be able to be decisive.
Yeah, Glenn, I'm going to jump off, man. I'm going to go float around the internet for a while and then go to bed. I've been up since super early.
But you can float, Grid. You can float.
I mean, rumor has it. It was cool. We'll talk more about it. It's a cool subject. Don't really have any last words or anything. Just it's cool. Good talking to you again, Mr. Patrick. We had a good conversation yesterday. I think,
Mr. Justin.
Justin, I'm sorry, man.
No worries.
I'm a little tired.
He's old. He doesn't remember shit. He got Alzheimer's and shit.
Yeah,
that's from huffing racing fuel for the past 20 years.
Smells good.
It absolutely does.
Brake clean. Brake clean is like, I'm just telling you right now, like if they ever say that you will die of brake clean, I will prove that wrong, because I've had enough brake clean through my system to have I probably don't even have real blood left, but we'll see.
It clears out your sinuses.
Yeah, it does. Probably why I have sinus problems now. But anyway, Grumple, good to see you again. Glenn, it was cool.
You've been sexy, man.
Mr. Justin, again, good to talk to you again. Yesterday was cool as well. If you guys, I'm trying to figure out where I have this put so I can.
Grid, get off my lawn.
I'm trying to get the fuck off your lawn. There we go. You do have to wear glasses if you need them, because it's not cool to just not wear glasses. Anyway, you guys have a good night and chill out and be cool. See you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was interesting. That was very, very interesting. I'm not quitting. The interesting thing, I guess, is that I don't know that I'm very. I don't know. It was different. That's all. It was different. I saw it kind of being a different conversation in my head, but it was fine. I'm considering going over to Sarah's and causing some trouble over there. Let's see if there's anybody over there worth looking into here. See you in a month. No, I'll see you tomorrow night, Anson. I need you as a judge. Let's see what else. I thought I had that pulled up, but I guess not. Yeah. I thought I had it all pulled up. Let's see if I can find it. Not really smoking, Spaceman. I mean, it's fine. I see Vibe over there. I don't know. I may call it a night, guys. I will be on tomorrow night. It will be the Signal Syndicate tomorrow night. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to debate. We're going to have probably some hate and discontent will be sown. I want to appreciate every single person that sent a super chat dono. I want a big shout out to the Powdered Dusty for throwing down not only some donos, but also some gifted subs that are gifted memberships. That is insane. Bonzo, good job, sir. Kitty, good to see you. I'm glad that you're saw you back in here. Suspense. I've been watching your comments, guys. I apologize that I wasn't really able to interact with most of your comments because obviously I had stuff going on the panel. I'm going to process this. We'll talk about it maybe tomorrow a little bit. And in the meantime, you guys have a great night. I'm gonna log off. There's nowhere I really want to go hang out on the internet. I've been sitting in this chair too long. I'm gonna go inside, hang out with my wife for a while, see how she's doing, and just be cool. Suspense. So here's the thing. This is the thing is that Glenn's not wrong at all. I think Glenn has solid points, solid references, but it's a very, it's not a it's not what I would consider like a most of what we end up talking about there is $5 comes in from Stephen Akari. Thanks for fighting back against the doom and gloom. Absolutely. Look, it's one of these things where there's definitely a problem. Again, as I've always said, I think the red pill just tenets and descriptors, as far as they apply to men bettering themselves, I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's good advice. Get in shape. Get your money right. Don't do stupid shit. Don't try and impress people who don't need to be impressed. All of this kind of thing. That's all good stuff. It's where I get into the descriptors, right? And where they put the blame on it, and the just the marriage and and women are so bad. Look, if women are that bad, don't fucking marry one. Right? Go be gay. If women are that bad, just be gay or whatever you want to do. I love women. I do. I honestly don't have a problem with women. I know it comes off that I do sometimes. I really don't. But I don't support women's bad behavior at all. Not even a little bit. And it should be called out. Kitty, don't worry about the pills. The pills, we don't care. It's fine. I'm not a pill show. Jess, Glenn is not black-pilled at all, really. And honestly, his position really is that men need to change themselves in very specific ways to deal with modern women. I don't necessarily agree with that or disagree with that, but I also I'm not 100% behind it because I believe in the patriarchy. I believe that men lead, and if your wife steps out of line, at some point, more than likely, if you're being a patriarch, if you're being a leader, if you are being the stoic man that you need to be, it is your fault. Just is. It is your fault. Does that mean that the woman doesn't share blame? Absolutely not. Obviously, that's not the case. But I think a lot of people today blame women's actions in relationships on society before they even look at the failings in the relationship, right? Again, and it's just the way it is. Jess, by the way, good to see you. I missed the horse girls. We only have, and you and Naomi will get along. She's a horse girl too. Agreed. Agree with this. Ghost 1978, common denominator, club girls not working out. Stop looking there. Then says I date different foreign women, but keeps doing it. Well, I don't think it, again, I don't know enough about Mr. Justin and his deal, but 100%, there is a real phenomenon in the United States, the princess effect, where all little girls are told from the time they're fucking born that they're princesses and they deserve better. And they're doted on and they can do no wrong and all of these things. And so when they are in the relationship pool, what do they expect? They expect to be treated like a princess. Did they earn it? No. Do they act like they deserve it? No. Do they do the things that would make a man want to treat them like a princess? No. And that's the problem. And that is a real problem facing society today. And I identified this back when I was in college. Me and a buddy of mine, we were sitting around talking about, it's a good time. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to sign off. I'm going inside. I'm going to hang out with my wife. We're going to have a good time. It'll be, we'll see you guys. We'll see you tomorrow night for the debate show. I may be on earlier in the day. I don't know. I'm planning on going to the lake and doing, doing stuff. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. You folks have a great evening. Enjoy yourselves. Be good people. Be better. Be better every day. But most importantly, be cool. That's important. Wear glasses if you need them, because you need them. You can't see. You need your glasses. And lastly, get off my lawn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been great. It's been a long stream. You guys have a